Hello, how's it going? Hello, how's it going? Hello, how's it going? I gotta mute my Twitch channel. I got it up. How's it going? How's it going? That's good, that's good. Alright, I think I'm ready to go. Ready. Oh yeah, I'm like over level 80 on all my combat classes. This is just the first class that I'm just gonna push to 100. But goal is to push it all. All of this is 100. My profession student dailies is 100. Culinary is like so close. I need like one more. Really? Let's go this way. Welcome back from the ads. How dare I bring peace to a country in civil war? I know, I know, I know. How dare I snipe off their stuff? How's your day going, VY? Wow, we're doing so bad. Did everybody just ignore our crystal or something? Damn! I'm actually kind of impressed about how bad this is. So I don't know when you went to bed, BY, but last night I got to where the two Garlean women died because they ran off because they think I'm a savage. So that's where I left off last night. And I think I'll make my viewers happy today. I added more blurps to my stuff. Gave them another hamster thing to pick from. So, there are now choices. A lot of it has to do with misinformation. You know, they've been taught their entire lives that we're just a bunch of savages, so they're afraid of us. Just like we're afraid of them. You know, and after everything they've done to the savages, you know, they're probably afraid of the same treatment, you know. But whatever. It's not like I really want to save them, it's just part of the storyline. I really have no love lost for them. There are Garleans that have defected and have chosen to do what they felt was right, while others are just like freaking, you know, they just go along with popular belief. Because that's the easy way to do things. And I'll be honest, I don't want to be everybody's hero. That's just part of the storyline, you know? When Thank said it best, we could finally, you know, take away your monopoly on primal slaying. She's like, do you want to be the hero? I'm more than happy to give it to you. He's like, oh, you're being serious. Oh, yeah, I'm being serious. Maybe I can go on more adventures for once. Go hang out with the Sky Pirates or something. I'm doing my least favorite thing to do in the world. Tomorrow I gotta go to work. And then if he gives me another crappy schedule, I'm gonna hand him my notice while I'm on top of it. After I get my rain jacket back. I don't need them keeping that. So, yeah, I was on level, floor 61 through 70 on the Palace of the Dead. My hubby did his hubby thing. He came in for attention again, ran over a trap, and died. I need to, like, start doing Palace of the Dead when he's, like, asleep. I'm never gonna get to floor 200 at this rate. Hey Thurin, how's it going? Oh boy. That's good, that's good. And I forgot to switch my chat to Twitch. It's set up for YouTube, oh well. Oh, to floor 200 in Palace of Dead, congratulations. I'm still working on that. I keep getting hubby aggro. It is what it is. I'll get it one of these centuries. Right now I'm just pushing mostly with the content because I want to, you know, be ready for the next deep dungeon, but as soon as I get caught up on everything, I kind of want to specialize in deep dungeons. It's fun, but congratulations. That's actually not an easy achievement to do. White Mage is really good though. How many attempts did it take you to do that? What is my... I'm just making sure my title doesn't say Road to Necromancer. Oh my god, that would be bad. I had that yesterday. I have to like start climbing again. I died on floor like 65 or 6, I don't remember. No, I take that back. I think I made it past the 460 boss. It was the 461 through 70 floors that I died. Intertwined with Sage attempts. Okay, okay. Yeah, because Sage is cleared too. The one that's going to have the hardest time from what I've seen on leaderboards is Astrologian, but it's been done on that too. Every class is cleared. Was this before or after the changes they made to all the classes with this last patch? Did White Mage get any major changes? I haven't had a chance to get on my healers yet. But I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up. I'm just taking the... Since I died today, I'll start again later. Okay, okay. What did they change on the machinist? I know that, what's his name? I always forget his name because I'm just now starting to watch him. Oh, what's his name? I just watched him play Pictomancer the other day. Can't remember his name. Oh well. I'm horrible with people's names. I know Finn because I was watching him for so long, but the other guy. What's the other guy's name? We learned from him. Angelus! Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I knew it started with an A, and I was going to just start going through, like, whatever. Yeah, I'm horrible with names, just like that guy on Solo Leveling. Jinyu, he's horrible with names, too. Hey, Gorby, how's it going? Oh, I got more blurpies up, if you want to take a look at them. I added a whole bunch. Yeah, I watched Angelus the other day on the Pictomancer, and I just felt really inferior. It's like, he's so good at it, and I'm like, I suck. I can't even get past floor 130 most of the time, and here he is clearing, like, 190 of it as if it's like a walk in the park, which probably for him it is, but I still feel inferior. And here you go, making it on White Mage, and I feel even worse. No, but it's still a good thing. I'm still happy for you.
Hello.
Hey. Yeah, that's true. And he learned from somebody else. Him and another girl was doing it too. I added her. But there was somebody else that he was climbing with based on his videos. I know it sounds weird that I'm going 3 or 4 years after the fact that I'm watching all his content now, but there's so many content creators out there. I'm late to the party, I know. It's okay though. Better late than never, I guess. Please, in my misery, get us out of this one. You know he ain't gonna play World of Warcraft. Maybe Classic, but... Yay! My first combat class at 100! Hey Gorby, I finally got 100. That isn't profession related. I know it! See? My first one! Now I'm just trying to figure out what I want to level up next. I really don't know. Trying to think what I want to level up next. Let me see. I might go ahead just because Estonian's working with us right now. Yeah, I like the dude, so... Da-da-da. BY, that is awesome. I like it. Alright, so next. Oh, I do need to do that. I'll do that later. Or maybe I should, since I'm going back to the North Pole, do this. Okay. Alright, heroes all. With treatment of the temper continuing apace, who will care for the carers? Could you spare a few moments to assist me? The situation's rather dire, I'm afraid. Even now, our healers continue to treat the Imperial troops encountered on the Magna Glacies, and prolonged use of curative magics has pushed them beyond their limits. To make matters worse, spending so much time around the temple with all their raving and thrashing about takes its toll on their carers. I dare say a few words of encouragement from the champion of Riorza will help raise their spirits. They also have a few bottles of ether to alleviate their fatigue. Would you mind distributing these among the healers? Oh yeah, sure, I don't mind. You know what? I should probably do the sprint button instead. Under lock and code, Ambagai has a need for your ability to solve problems, or rather your ability to help others solve problems. I beg your pardon, but I hear you're a woman of the world. We have a slight problem, and your knowledge might help us solve it. Actually, they came to me first, but when it comes to anything other than the martial arts, I am unable to provide much in the way of assistance. I did, however, offer to find someone who can, so hopefully I may yet make myself useful. A man of the Maelstrom is over by the storeroom, no doubt scratching his head as we speak. I'm sure he'd benefit from your wisdom. I'm not the wise one. Go find Graha. It's no use taking in all these Garleans if we're going to let them freeze to death. We need heat, for goodness sake. I knew I should have brought more warming textures. Yeah, so you can, like, look at ladies again. I added a new one. He doesn't know about it yet. You can find it. I added this one.
Extra banana, boop, boop, boop. Extra banana, boop, boop, boop. Extra banana, boop, 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 boop. Banana, banana.
For the Alliance, yep. God, I haven't played my Dragoon in a long time. Guess I'll start climbing the Palace of the Dead with the Dragoon for a little bit. Kind of get used to it again. Yeah, I don't remember this fight either. Obviously I unlocked it, but I don't remember it. I'm frozen. But I got a fur coat on. Look, that hurt. Oh, shoot. Yeah, y'all need to go separate those. No! Well, that effing sucks. Oh, that one gives critical hit rate. What is that one good? Shit. Maybe I should have gone to the other side. Oh dear. No, just... Oh god. Oh, this might take a while, but they might be able to do it. This might take a while, though. Oh, this is painful. They got their own heals though, so this is kind of like a battle of attrition. Oh, that's probably where I should have ran. Why was everybody on the center, though? Hey, Crafty, how's it going? Oh, I'm loving it. I think I did the first dungeon yesterday, for Endwalker. It's pretty fun. Got my first combat class to 100, so now I'm working on the Dragoon. It's kind of like hard to figure out what I want to do, because it's like, who do I pick? Who do I pick? I have no idea. Yeah, but no, that the Black Mage and I were dead from standing too close. We went to the edge of what, but I didn't see the other spot to stand. But everybody else was standing on the edge when they got knocked off. So I know where not to stand there. But I don't know why they were all standing on the edge like that. I've learned if it doesn't have bumper rails, don't stand there. But hey, VY, looky, 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 I got my first 100. Yay! And I mean combat class-wise. I know my professions are all up there. Except for culinary, I'm like a little smidgen away. But I'm enjoying the storyline so far, Crafty. Thank you. Oh yeah, no. And there with the bumper rails. So what you been up to today, Crafty? Sorry, I'm a little concentrating here. Try not to die again. Still trying to figure out what kind of killed everybody the first time. I think that was the move that killed everybody. I noticed nobody's standing with their back to that ledge again. Yep, that was the one that knocked everybody off. There we go. Okay, Stephanon, what you got? Pray give me a moment to finish up designs on the ceruleum heater. I shall have it ready before you know it. Truth be told, I've already warmed up after much heated debate with the La Mensa engineer. For mercy, we managed to make an important discovery in the process. Oh, okay. The machinist reckoned all the interior heating was just left there consuming ceruleum until there was none left. There are even pots sat on the stove as all the food inside burned to soot. In any case, even if we had plenty of fuel, it's the magic check itself that's buggered. We'll have to either look for spare parts or make them ourselves. Greetings, Storm Captain Moon. If you wish to know aught of the current situation, you've come to the right person. The names were children of the Alamiga resistance. When I was offered a place in the Ilsebar contingent, I leapt at the opportunity. If you're wondering why I'd be so eager to aid the people of Garlemald, the reason is simple. Like the rest of Garabania, my hometown, a waypoint oft used by travelers, was under occupation. Times are hard, but they could have been a lot worse if not for one particular Imperial. Although his fellow soldiers were quick to dish out a beating, he stood up for the townspeople without regard for his own reputation and safety. Thanks to him, my family made it to the end of the war more or less unscathed, and this is my way of returning the favor. Oh, okay, cool. This camp takes its name from the ice covering the ground that cracks whenever you step on it, much like breaking glass. To think that the Guardians made their home in this blasted wasteland all those years ago and not only live but thrive, it gives me a newfound appreciation for their hardiness and determination to survive against the odds. Well, cool. Yeah, some people freaking respect them. The ethers actually contain a few extra ingredients to produce a warming effect, which I'm sure the healers will appreciate. Sanson, what you doing? The temperate are being treated here. Some of the allied nations' best conjurers are tending to them, but it does not seem like everything is progressing smoothly. What's more, some of the Garleans are prone to violent outbursts from time to time caused by their condition, which is why we're here. Guy Delay, what you doing? I'd rather looking forward to hearing the songs of our comrades' homelands. I love a rousing melody no matter where it's from. Of course you would. Once the Guardians have found both their strength and their footing again, I shall ask to hear a song of their people, one that conjures visions of home. Ain't that nice of you? Between guarding our supplies and keeping an eye on the tempered as they undergo treatment, we've certainly kept busy. Yeah. I was told someone come to help, but I never thought it would be you. Well, now that you're here, I'd like you to take a look at this container we recovered from the Magna Glacius. It was one of several. In fact, and though we've succeeded in cracking the others open, this stubborn bugger refuses to yield. All I know is a 4-letter password is needed to unlock it. I could think of a 4-letter password, and it starts with the letter F and ends with the letter K. Anyway, what that might be, I haven't the foggiest idea. There might be someone around here who either knows what it is or can point us in the right direction. Could you try asking around for me? Oh, okay. It's only 4 letters. How many possible combinations is that? I can think of quite a few. And none of them from polite society. Sorry, I don't know the exact code, but given that the container belonged to the Illard Legion, perhaps the password has some sort of significance to them. You know, when I was in the military, passwords were very complicated. We didn't make them simple. Oh, I've seen you before. You fought bravely at the Nadam, as I recall, and you come bearing gifts? Yes, treating the tempered is a lot harder than I'd imagined. Before we came here, I only heard rumors of the condition, but to see it with my own eyes, no one deserves that. No one. That's why the work we do is so important. Once I have finished resting as I was ordered, I shall return to the patients. I thank you for your kindness. The Warrior Light, it's an honor to meet you. Oh, I'm just doing my job is all. No need to thank me. Well, truth be told, it's beginning to wear on me bit by bit. I once lost a friend to tempering, and every time we manage to cure one of the afflicted, I'm reminded of those we couldn't save. If only we had a way of treating them before they were... No, I mustn't let such thoughts cloud my mind, and we're all very grateful for the work of the Scions in creating this treatment. For my part, I'll do everything in my power to save as many lives as possible. Let's see, who else? So, BY, do I have to go to that hunt board every day to get a new updated list? I understand it's common for people to choose dates and so forth of special importance as their password. As for the members of the Illard, nothing springs... Oh, yay. Nothing springs to mind. Perhaps an anniversary or something along those lines? Containers, sorry, I've never had much to do with them. But if you're after clues that could lead you to the password, a little background information on the Illard Legion might be of use. It was formed in the first year of Emperor Solus's reign and spent the first few decades engaged in campaigns across the northern territories. In the 42nd year, for its exemplary service to the Empire, it was assigned a new role, protection of the capital, a far more prestigious position. Speaking of which, we got... I got one more to do. Okay. Maybe I'll get lucky. see. If this belonged to the Illard Legion, they'd be the ones to pick the passwords. Well, I say make it easy to remember. That information we got about the history of the Legion might be a lead worth following, but we've no way of entering numbers, only letters. Wait, that's it. Garly numerals. Let's see. If 3 is written as ill, or... Then if I take 42, hold on. Is that right? Worth a try, I suppose. Don't ask me about Roman numbers. It worked. Now to inspect our treasure. What the bloody hell is this? A flag? Why would they bother keeping a thing like this locked away? Because that's kind of important to people. Well, I'll not pretend I understand their ways. Let's just assume they have a good reason for treating a bit of cloth with such reverence. Probably best to leave it here undisturbed, as I have no intention of offending anyone. But I ask you to pass on word of what we found. Oh, and thanks for your help. The flag is a symbol of a nation. So has the investigation finally reached its conclusion? A Garlean flag. We'd be wise to treat it with respect. The chain it bears represents the unity between the people of the Empire, a unity that is all but lost. To think that this banner would be locked away rather than raised proudly, a relic of Garlemald's past, though they have long been our enemies, to see it people brought so low, forgive me, I have spoken over much. Though the search did not uncover any resources to speak of, at least the mystery of the locked container can now be laid to rest. You have our thanks. Oh, sweet. You're outside? But why? Where's my chocobo? I should go pick up my markers after this. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen. Those poor bastards calling out to Varus for salvation, wailing out anthems, praising the Empire, and then there's the screaming gods. I can still hear them. But I mustn't let this stop me from fulfilling my duty. I'll fill my ears with wax if I have to, and once I get the aether down my neck, I'll return to my post. I wonder if those people we found in that village were tempered, and that's why they keep thinking that Varus is still alive. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper Sten. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Would you mind giving Lucy a full report? Oh, guys, quit it! Treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as could be expected. If there's anything to report, you will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver? Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Hey, somebody notices! Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Smack those two out of their whatever mood? Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? No!
Thank you for your report.
Guess while I'm doing this alliance raid, I'll go ahead and run the ads. Get that going. So it's not missing important stuff. Let's see, stream manager. Not this one! Shoot! Oh, oops. Shit. Oopsie! Oh, that's such a tedious mess. Okay, that's done. I wasn't expecting to get this one for a random. Ouchie. They separate us a lot more. Quit moving around, damn it! Oh shoot, it still does ad breaks. Never mind, I won't do pre-roll ads no more. Eh. Why are you standing by yourself? Okay then. Wow, this raid takes a while. I'm so used to the World of Darkness taking forever. Or going so fast that this is kind of slow. No! Don't get away. Oh shoot. Furious. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Oh, balls! Yay! Shoot, why did I do that? Yeah, I just got 20 levels to figure it out. Well, maybe not that many anymore. 18? More balls, more balls, more balls. Nice. Two more sections left. This is kind of fun. I do like this one. This disgusting thing, yucky. That person roasts me a lot, so they get a reco from me. I should go to the bathroom real quick. Here we go.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Oh.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. The Anchor in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Hey, not looking forward to this. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you all take good care of them and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Julius Norbanus, it is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank, very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever is superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risk. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. Oh, get the out of the way, birdie. I know this won't bring out Licinia or her sister. No, it won't. I don't agree with bringing you two, but whatever. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes is possible, but better to try than to give up every time. I disagree. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, shall not squander this opportunity. Man, you guys piss me off. The lowly task of keeping watch over divisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by right theirs. Magni, for once I agree with you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Nope, I ain't doing that. I already cleared that for the week. Ah, you've finished your rounds then. Did the healers have anything to share? It's worse than I thought. Even the tempered we've seen in our homelands did little to prepare us for the sheer numbers we've encountered here. Curing them all may appear to be an insurmountable task, but we must try. That's why maintaining morale and the well-being of our healers is so important, and you've made a valuable contribution. I'd like you to have this by way of thanks. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others beside him and this commander he mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, that is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizane, he's Alphanode, and last but not least, there's Knight. Knight, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphanode and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. Wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Oops. I'll have to do that when I come back. Talk about being slow. Diverting all cannons, okay. Cutscenes, commencing. Oh, Daly's bored the heck out of me. Nice. Ooh, I got a new ability. What was it? So much for Rex. Don't fall behind. Oh, come on. Seriously? We're here, I think. It's nothing like the ones in Thanalon. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they have any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace. If one can still call it that, it truly is a terrifying sight to behold. Northern of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Yeah, sure. Alas, Bastion, Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Trial time! Susano. of weird.
Resilient souls, I salute you! What a memorable dance indeed!
I like that one, and or that one, I don't know. Speaking of which, let's change my portrait. Oh, ooh. Okay. Let's see. Alright. That's what I'm going with. Alright, that one's done. Let's see, adventurer plate. Alright. Done. Should be one more. Oh, wait, nope. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent, has a cure for the afflicted or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Alright. Go ahead and pick this up if it's available. Nice! Northeast. Six to the north. Up there. Okay, okay, I gotcha. .94 to the west, so it's this way? Oh, 900 to the west. Okay. And once upon a time, I used to think this dungeon was so freaking hard. I am in a dungeon still. You hope. I know you don't. You're the reason why I can't clear. Huh? You come here right now. Oh, I need that out of here. Like, Gorby, grab that real quick. That was good. Do we have to get every loot box? think it'd be smart to just push the rest of everything else to 90 and then push those to hundreds. Because I'm not getting enough experience out of Endwalker. Maybe out of the hunts, I don't know. I could still do all my dailies, but that thing, everybody's got that. Check that out. One second, I gotta check something. Okay. Oh, what to do with that? Oh, I need to go this way. Over here again? Stop it. Ashlyn, stop. on, get out of the way, babe. Always that one person who's gonna get all the gear. I hate passing. I wish there was an option to pass on gear. All of it. And would it? Keep it. Oh, this is the second fight. I thought it was the last one for whatever reason. This is a horrible boss for melee. Feels like you're dead. Just stop. 92. I'll do the summoner, which will get the scholar up there. 89. Sweet. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try to convince Julius that the temper can be saved. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Do you think they were once ordinary people? Such a transformation is likely irreversible. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of our primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even witch reapers, such victims are beyond salvation. And you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure? Alright, how do I get in there? Interesting. Oh, I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. This is Terratium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. She clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Of course not. I had no idea they had such an expansive structures built underground. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse, even so. I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Now comes the true test. He certainly looks the part. I will deal with you in a moment. Okay.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, one must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, you got any more food? Yep. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. You say that. Pissed off about it. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. Persona non grate. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though it may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Terratium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphinaud and Alizé will pay the price. Yeah. You heard what I said. Don't make me repeat myself. I'll quit being a stick in the mud. I know who you are, Night Moon champion of Yorza. Yes, our orders are to give you the run of our encampment, but I have my eye on you, so what business do you have with me? I am Decamus, Centurion of the First Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you, and your very presence here is an affront to my honor. Whatever. This is Territorium III among the stations that encircle the city. The decommissioned carriages here now serve as the First Legion's temporary base of operations. It has also become a safe haven for those fleeing the turmoil that has fallen the capital. What scant supplies we have are distributed among civilian and soldier alike, and we strive to maintain some semblance of order in these dark times. Our true objective, however, is not merely to survive, but to reclaim our home. We have no time to deal with your band of savages, and if you dare to interfere in our affairs, we will not hesitate to cut you down. Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted, and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Yorza. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face, but by the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. All the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, and we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar, the capital was in chaos, but we were spared. You couldn't call this mercy, mind intact, but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer? Yeah, whatever. I'm getting sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Every freaking time I go somewhere, I'm... so cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. It gets rather old being treated like garbage by everywhere I go. It's you, Night Moon. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at the present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we brought some food with us, perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. Gods, this is so frustrating. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses as most families kept rather some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work and would be a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastards' words, loyal servants of the Telephora. And he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telephora. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running from the hills, and we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. Off. Get off. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Wait. Very well, after all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Without our healing magics, there's little we can do for these people beyond offer words of encouragement, but this way we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. Although this is hardly the solution we had in mind, it will have to suffice for the time being. His part materials. Julius finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanicium. First location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. To think this Macaray graveyard for War Machina was once a park. This is the place. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the emperor, the great Sos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There's nothing aside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it does seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Well, yes, I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed here if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With a cerulean powder heater by chance? Suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. That was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alpinode, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of verifier should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. Nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find ceruleum take is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Doesn't bother me none. Open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Did you find anything? Oh, I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alpinode a hand. Maybe we ain't a bad jerko after all. Call me an old on because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories, but if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Julius with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. No good deed. Now that the fire's burned out, Julius is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged unit, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machine's beryllium gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself isn't active. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Half empty, half full, depending on how you view things. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. Time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alpha Node are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Damn, I didn't even see him. He's good.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright, have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alpha and Housley will be fine, providing they do not resist. LA Lacta Est? Once again, Julius has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to legionaries, mercenaries, and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Ili for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the Il, he said. So that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the Il, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. This is stupid. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, so whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
She's cold.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Now that is a Kodak moment. Wow, Lestinian.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Yes!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
No, don't do it, man. God, I hate old fools. I can only roll my eyes at this.
Quickly!
We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
That's your answer. Saw that coming. We will make no attempt to resist. Thank goodness the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. We have been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone, including the First, needs. From their perspective, though, the promise of reinforcements was their last hope, and now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. But we will prove to them that all is not lost, and we yet stand a chance of casting out the Telefora. Even with their empire in ruins, the Garleans have not lost the will to fight. That strength shall serve them in days to come. There is yet life in this cold soil. Oh, that's nice from Magni. It was a grave error not to post sentries further from the camp. Had we seen the Garleans sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged us of their own free will and deserve to die warriors' deaths. Even so, I've not forgotten why we are here, and I will stay my hand for now. Just returned from guarding the airships, and now I've got to keep an eye on the captured Imperials. Maybe a bit of chit-chat will help lighten the mood? When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garleans were in no condition to fight. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, it must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. Sure, they will be much more amenable to conversation with food in their bellies. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Well, he kinda did. Strange bedfellows. With the immediate crisis averted, Lucia seeks to gain a clearer understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha Note Alizane the Scout, sent to extricate them, should already be at the station. I'll also have our comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Help me help you. Minoki's worried expression rather spoils his otherwise formidable appearance. I have a question. Do I look imposing, intimidating perhaps? Nope. Sorry, you must think it's strange I would ask such a thing. The truth is, I encountered a boy near one of the storerooms, and when I called out to him, he ran away at the sight of me. I was only trying to lend a helping hand. Later on, I learned that the place was used as a granary, so the lad was most likely searching for food. Now, thanks to me scaring him off, he probably had to go hungry. I couldn't live with myself if he starved because of me, though I fear he'd only run off if I tried to approach him. I wonder how perhaps you wouldn't mind going in my stead? Here, you might find him more easily with the telescope. May the kami guide you. You know, the last time we followed somebody with a telescope, they killed themselves. In pursuit of power, Remelnod would like your opinion on something. Just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Remelnod of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Tapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the trappers to come bearing Ceruleum had asked quite a lot of us, if I do say so. They wished for our help in getting Juturum Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience help to make the call. And thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the Tapper in question, then. He's a man by the name of Appius. Scouting for scouts. Scouts must excel in keeping themselves hidden, but when even their own comrades cannot locate... Stop it! There's surely trouble afoot. Please, a moment of your time. Please, okay. A friend who was sent out on a reconnaissance has been gone for too long, and she's not responding to her link pearl. Will you help me look for her? I knew you would. Let's split up. I'll search around the camp while you head for the lake. Suppose you must be the friend Rilman wanted to fetch. Yeah, my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand. I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though. I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the Ilsabard contingent alike. I used to work on Jutur and Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them and everyone else, if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine cerulean for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies. Which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of cerulean coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? He seems... Yeah, I'll go with the first one. He seems trustworthy to me. Yes, I've been leading the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few cerulean engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case? Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the cerulean engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless, yet by guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You're welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can assure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with a proper inspection, then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready, Knight. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Got the first one. As a knight, I am in sworn service to the people. Thus shall I commit myself to the protection of all those who haven't the arms to defend themselves, whomsoever they may be. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Ramelnod of our progress first. How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. Swearing on my integrity as an engineer, you are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead ere you lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you have a heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from frozen climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. Suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. Camp broken engines. Ramelnod perhaps requires some thawing. Ere you become even more excited, will you indeed require additional parts to perform your repairs? I cannot say I spotted any likely spares while setting up the camp. It's so good to have a quick thinking machinist like yourself on my side. No amount of flattery will convince me to take you to my superiors, or we have physical proof of your good intentions. Now focus, please. Are spare parts required, yes or no? Yes, yes. You're awfully tense about the shoulders. Did you know that? I will be needing a replacement carburetor for one of the engines. Fortunately, the same sort of engines were in use at Monitoring Station G last I checked. We ought to be able to find what we need there. After I've swapped out the faculty part and made my other repairs, I'll warm the engines up properly. That should clear any ceruleum residue and allow them to run at a full capacity once more. With that in mind, I want to start taking things apart. Can you fetch the carburetor for me? Do you even know what a carburetor is? She's a bona fide hero, you know. You can't just ask her to do your bidding, and rudely at that. I'm used to being ordered around. If you're certain, you will need to look for a sort of tube connected to the ceruleum engine's core. Many Magitech devices utilize them. Thank goodness you're here. Never mind me. This man is in desperate need of aid. I thought he could use my help, so I called out to him, but he soon bolted in fear. That's when one of these fiends appeared out of nowhere and pounced on him. Although I rushed to fend it off, it had already signaled to its packmates. And just as they had me on the back foot, you arrived. I would have called for assistance if my hands weren't already full, but thanks to your timely intervention, I can finally send for troops to take this poor fellow to safety. I'll move him to a more secure location until our comrades get here. While you and I are both perfectly capable of conveying the situation via link pearl, perhaps it would set their minds at ease if you could also speak to them in person. Yeah, I guess so. Let's look for a night. Another one? Man, I hope he doesn't kill himself too. What? No. 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 What do you want? Saw me, did you? So what? I didn't do anything wrong. Finders keepers. And this food ain't just for me, the others need it too. I know you're just trying to help, but we can look for after ourselves. If your friend's worried about us, tell him we'll be alright until this food runs out anyway. Okay. It's not finders keepers if you're stealing it. Good. Gods be good. I'll dispatch the troops at once. We're lucky you got there when you did, though I wonder what drew that civilian to such a dangerous place to begin with. Perhaps he was in search of supplies? I doubt he'd find much food in that particular area, so it must have been fuel he was after. If I were him, I'd try that enormous extraction facility on the lake, but it sounds like he was hoping to get ceruleum from the water itself. Seems like a tricky task at the best of times, although I expect the folks around those parts have their methods. If so, they could probably stay holed up for months on end, providing there's enough food to go around. Well, the main thing is that he and my friend are no longer in any danger. See, now you're every bit the hero people say you are. Not that I ever doubted it. And not a moment too soon. Were you able to find an intact carburetor? This will do it. Now, Rimonald and I can finish fixing up those engines in no time at all. But there's 3 of them. There, everything's in order. These should be much more efficient, and you'll notice they've stopped making strange and ominous noises. I must say, I'm taken aback by your abundance of skill. Allow me to thank you on behalf of everyone here at Camp Broken Glass. Oh, the pleasure's all mine. Happy to be of service. You do seem genuine about that. Tell me, do you have some sort of connection to Camp Broken Glass? In a way. I hail from Laterum, as it happens. It was a village here, precisely where your camp is now. It acted as a checkpoint for those visiting the capital, but it was also home to the rig workers and our families. Obviously, much has happened since last I could call this place home, but in my heart of hearts, it always will be. I must apologize. We're effectively occupying your home, yet place the full burden of providing good faith in our dealings upon you. Oh no, I couldn't blame you for that. We hardly had a viable alternative to abandoning Laterum, knowing we could never defend ourselves against wandering bands of maddened soldiers. The reality is no more your fault than ours. Even if you vacated right this instant, I doubt many of us would return. We simply don't have the resources. Until Jiturin and Platform G is back in working order, that is. Truth be told, your presence here is what has me daring to hope. If you agree to help me now, there may come a day when the other survivors and I can come home. Fury above, I certainly can't turn you away now, and you've proven yourself with your work this day. I've no lingering qualms about approaching my superiors with your proposal. Truly? Oh, I could kiss you. Yeah, nope. He didn't seem opposed to it. Reactivation. Rimonald is now surprisingly keen to get the platform up and running. If there are no objections, I will speak to the quartermaster about getting the necessary men and supplies for this operation straight away. He's stationed just over there in the pavilion. Would I trouble you to accompany me? It might help if another can testify to Appius' sincerity and competence. Great idea. What are we waiting for? One would think he didn't have a care in the world. Let us pray that Essadot is amused rather than irritated. Turn this other one on. Did you manage to track him down? That's a relief, though this outright refusal of our help is concerning. We came here with the best intentions, but barely a moment's consideration for how the people of Garlemald might feel towards us. Suppose it's only natural they be wary? They won't accept our aid, we can still make their lives a little easier. We'll start by making the area around the granary safer, so they can gather food whenever they please. Here, I'd like you to have this for giving me peace of mind. But thank you for the money. Rimonald, I see you've brought Mistress Moon, and is that the envoy from Tapper's Den? Yes, you see, sir, it all began with Appius here. I see it would certainly be a boon to us if the platform was restored to working order. No doubt, so you agree to help? On one condition, you must confirm that the platform can be reactivated. We aren't blessed with a surfeit of personnel and resources, you know, that thus are reaching out to the tappers to begin with. We cannot waste time and manpower on operations with little chance of success. Rimonad, you are tasked with assessing the current state of Juturn on Platform G, as well as the precise resources we will need to commit to reactivating it. I shall make my final decision on how to proceed only once I am fully abreast of the situation. Yes, sir. In that case, Knight and I will accompany you. You really ought to stop making decisions on Knight's behalf, but I would be glad for the company. Meet us at Juturn Platform G if you would. Appius can help me carry the equipment. If it can be reactivated, the platform will play a key role in restoring these lands to their former habitability. I pray you return with good tidings. What? What you saying? Tiki. Ilzabar Tursus. I don't know if I'm saying that right. You're a cutie. Right, where are they at? This is an Imperial facility, to be sure, Garish, if you ask me. I do miss the days when we had a full crew pumping and tinkering and operating heavy machinery on too little sleep. As much as I would like to know what in the hell's you're on about, we have no time to be revisiting old memories. We're here for one reason and one reason only. I know. At least the exterior seems unharmed. I'll head inside and have a look around. Can you two stay here and make sure nothing large and hungry is waiting for me when I come back? That sounds reasonable, Knight. Let us keep our wits about us. Excellent. I'll see you both in a bit. You ain't gonna lie to us, are you? So used to that. Ah, Appius, how did it look? Equipment appears undamaged, though temperatures are so low that we'll need to be careful about how we turn everything on again. It's just... What, is there another issue? In a word, yes. I couldn't find the identification key. Without it, there's no way to activate the platform, even if it were in pristine condition. And why exactly was it designed with such an obvious flaw? Flaw? Juturn Platform G is the capital's main supplier of ceruleum. It wouldn't do if anyone could turn it off and on, now would it? He is always kept secure, and there are only 2 people able to open the containers it's usually stored in, myself and Chief Frontinus. I haven't seen him since the blasted war began, but I can only imagine he's out there somewhere, key in hand. Which means he avoided being tempered. I've never met anyone quite as loyal to the Empire as Chief Frontinus. He probably took the key to stop anyone from misusing the platform. Oh, I know. Isn't it perfect? How's it going, Dragon? Then I say he succeeded in his aim. I'd stayed dormant this whole time and out of the hands of the warring factions. Indeed, now we just need to find out where he is. I'm sorry for wasting your time. There's no way we can get this place up and running without that key. Don't tell me you're going to give up just like that. Let's find another way to activate it. I suppose you're right. With the three of us together, sure, we can think of something. Energy for all. Remonald has precisely one solution in mind, which is notably better than zero. Is there really no way to bypass the mechanism that the identification interacts with? What exactly do you mean? I work at the manufactory in Ishgard. I once watched my superior, as is his way, dismantle a Magitech armament and put it back together again. He succeeded in bypassing the verification mechanism required to activate the machine by rewiring it. I was wondering if something similar wouldn't be possible with the platform. That's something a second-rate thief would do. But if it works, right? Well, beggars can't be choosers. Save your chief engineer appearing out of thin air is likely our only option. You got a point there. And far be it from me to turn down a proposal from an esteemed colleague. I'm so glad to have you at my disposal. That's the spirit, I suppose? I shall return to camp to inform the quartermaster of our plan. He should be willing to spare an external power source and a few other tools if I vow to return them soon. Perhaps even some extra pair of hands? That leaves me to open up the control panel and rearrange a few things before Remonald returns. In the meantime, I thank you to keep an eye out for anything that might eat him on the way back. There were never so many beasts around here before, but they must have gotten comfortable without us trasping back and forth across the ice. A little too comfortable, if you ask me. Well, I guess you want me to take care of the beasties now. I just hope that... I don't know. I don't know if he can be trusted or not. I've just learned I don't trust nobody. I've done all I can for now. I even caught the end of your battle with those creatures spectacular. Well, thank you. Ready to get to work, I hope. Of course, all that's left is to engage in a bit of Ishgardian skullduggery. I'm not sure I can care for that turn of phrase, but very well. We'll attach the power devices, which should allow you to utilize the control panel. Thrilling. This place will be up and running before you know it. Just stand back and watch the master at work. Yeah, that's my feeling exactly. I don't trust you people. Well, I trust the machinist, but... what's he doing in there? That don't look good. It worked, yes? You bet it did. There's life in the old girl yet. Oh, goody, I don't get to... oh, darn, I didn't get to stick him with the lance. Oh, boy. Ashlyn, what? Oh, man. She just took potato chips out of my potato chip bag, and she's lining them all up in perfect symmetric order on my bed. Thank you very much. You know, those are for eating, not playing with. Be right back. Well, my potato chip bag is gone. She dumped it all out. And made a train out of the chips. She's weird. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done to get it ready to extract and refine ceruleum, but we're off to an excellent start. Which means Garlemald just took its first step on the road to recovery. Cannot thank you both enough. I'll be feeling that thrill for days. Fortunate am I to have such brilliant new friends. I'm pleased that this plan was a success after all. I appreciate you seeing it through to the end. We can leave the rest of the engineers I brought with me. They're more than capable of keeping the place operational until we're prepared for the next phase. Now let us all return to camp and inform Estelot of our triumph. Ah, good to see you again. I was just wondering when I might hear how you had fared with the platform. And it seems I won't have any longer to wait. I trust your eagerness is a sign that you had some success? Yes, sir. We were able to access the platform's controls and confirm that it is operational. There are still adjustments to be made, but I imagine it won't be long until it's fully operational. Splendid. If the camp can secure a stable supply of energy, we can begin rebuilding throughout the region. It will doubtless give succor to those in Tapper's Den and the capital proper as well. One of our goals when we first came here was to improve their lives of those that still call this frozen land home, and you have made a great contribution toward realizing that ambition. Thank you, sir. I certainly wouldn't have made it this far without your genius. The days when Garlemald looked toward a bright future seem so distant now that the snow and frost have reclaimed their dominion. But I, for one, am ready to embark on the same journey that my ancestors once did and build a new home around the warmth of cerulean flame. I am certain that when the time comes, I shall be proud to know that I worked alongside you. I must thank you as well. You have taught me to listen with sincerity to the words of those who I would otherwise have unjustly scorned. I imagine it will be some time before we can return to Laternum to its former inhabitants, but I promise that when we do, it will be in better state than when you left. Well then, we better get to work. Ah, we indeed. At least he ain't bossing me around no more. Ooh, more food. Okay, where am I going? All the way back that way. Okay. All quests except for that are complete. Now I just gotta find all the blue quests. They only give me one? Well, that sucks. Tis a comfort to see thee none the worse for thy recent ordeals. Yeah, oh, fine. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? Or, oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. Knight and Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just a moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Oh, that poor guy. He's so lost and confused. I guess I would be too. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Lantarum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Now, aren't you being agreeable? Ooh, budget quest, I like it. Let's see. Graha, what you doing? Try as we might, any words of yeah, she made a mess. I have to clean that up. She took my potato chips and lined them up on the bed. Along the cracks of the mattress. She's just lined them all up. I hope you didn't want any more of this. Her Baba's up there. Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. The ghost of the Pats monologue? What do you mean? I've been doing a lot of side quests and stuff, so I don't know. Which quest is that? I'm on Strange Bedfellow, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Give me a little more than that. Oh, yeah, you definitely missed that. I was kind of irritated. You could probably go back and watch my comment on that, and I'm like, all I could do, I can kind of paraphrase it, but all I could do was roll my eyes at the whole situation. It was kind of ridiculous. I don't even think I cried about him, to be honest. I mean, he cared more about the military part of it than, like, making his own people warm and fed, and it's just, seriously. I like Julius. He just seems really lost and confused right now, and his beliefs are all warped. So maybe he'll turn around from this. I mean, Gaius did, so maybe. But yes, you missed Bang Bang. It just happened about, like, you know, right before all this. I'm sorry about your power outage. I've been wondering where everybody's at today. Brick by brick, tank by tank. Dawsonus is looking battered and bruised after a scrape with some automated adversary. What do you want? Oh, hold on, you seem a rather dexterous sort. Perhaps I can persuade you to take on a task for me. Oh, now you guys want to talk to me. You don't mind the barbarian savage. When there's work to do. I trust you are aware that the cerulean tanks can be salvaged from down Magitech weaponry, yes? Excellent. As it so happens, I have just finished scouting the perimeter of the station, looking for any machina that aren't yet completely destroyed. Like, he's gonna be a ghost? Like, seriously? I thought my work done, but word has reached me that some warp machina have recently come to a grinding halt nearby. As much as I would like to investigate this report, I worry that things may not be completely out of commission, that they may have life enough left to strike a killing blow. You're willing? Search the area northwest of the station for dormant war machina and pilfer their tanks of cerulean for me. See if you can succeed where I so irregularly fail? Can't say that word. You know, my teachers in school never gave me books that hard with words I didn't understand. With folded hands, a Magitech engineer is tinkering with things of a rather dangerous nature. You there, yes you can't hide those hands from me. I can tell they've seen their fair share of hard work. So what say you to an old engineer a good turn, huh? Little doubt you've noticed the terror of these mindless Magitech drones inspire among the people here. So did you miss the part where I told you I hit 100? On the bar, finally. So something hit 100 that's not profession related. Ah, that indiscriminate killing and whatnot will do that, I suppose. I mean to fiddle with those nasty innards, repurpose them to our ends in some manner. Okay, you did see that. Okay, cool. Which is where you come in, my new friend. Capture for me an automated Magna rotor. I'm probably going to push everything else to 90 first, because I don't know what will happen. It takes a lot longer to hit 100 than I thought once you hit 90, so I'm just going to push everything to 90 and then go from there. The experience in this area, it sucks ass. Let us see if you're grit enough to bring me what I ask. Okay. You know, the last time I, talked to quest item people, oh boy. Best not to dwell on it, not when there's work to be done. This is where it happened. Well, yeah. Why? Because he's stubborn? Everything's going to be all right now. A light that never goes out. Spurious is in the mood to brighten this dreary place up, though he lacks the materials necessary to do so. There's something about the darkness that just deflates the spirits, wouldn't you say? Okay, cool. Now that'll help. And not freezing to death places somewhat higher on the agenda than making the place look nice. As such, I've taken it upon myself to craft lanterns that use other sorts of fuel. I was once upon a time a technician in the Imperial Army, so provided I have the glassware, I'm more than capable of the task. That's where the trouble lies, though. Such items are in short supply, and while I know where in the city we might scrounge up some, I wouldn't dare march into that sea of Magitech weaponry. Perhaps you could go in my stead. Just northwest of the station, you'll find a tavern and perfumery, or what's left of them anyway. Somewhere among the ruins, you should be able to find wares suitable for our lanterns. And then a hero comes along. The state of affairs in this corner of the world has left many sick and hungry, Aminio and his daughter not least among them. A moment, good lady, if you've one to spare. My daughter is taken ill with a menace of a cold. She can hardly keep even a bite of food down, though I know that a simple bowl of kasha will be easy on the stomach and be enough to sustain her. Unfortunately, I lack the buckwheat seeds the recipe calls for. The abandoned market ought to have what I require, but I do not fancy my chances in places so dangerous. Besides, I dare not leave my girl alone for an extended period. This illness of hers waxes and wanes from moment to moment. And the last thing I want is to be away when her fever spikes or a coughing fit assails her. Please, could you help? You will? Oh, you are a merciful, kind soul. Here, oh, now I'm a kind soul versus a savage. I shall mark on your map where the seeds are likely to be found. Given the containers, a thorough once over should soon yield results. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experience at Victor Spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do magitech. Oh. Our pride, our culture, our knowledge, all of it gone. Well, yep, time to start over. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages, after a while the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll be glad to accept. Sweet! Some like it hot. I could take some double meaning from that. A temple knight at the station has bellows of piping hot soup to deliver, though they are in danger of becoming tepid before reaching the hungry. Good day, knight. I say, is it your stomach which drew you here? For I am just setting about the business of dispensing meals. So much has transpired in so little time, 'tis hardly a wonder that so few citizens can sleep for more than a fistful of hours. And that is why I've taken it upon myself to feed these people with an Ishgardian soup, one that always helped calm my nerves when I was a child. Though it won't fix all of that ails these poor souls, it may prove to be some comfort, surely. Here's the rub, though. I lack the hands needed to see it delivered in a timely manner. My juice says me. You know what this reminds me of? They're like the... what do you call it? Kind of like a peacekeeping mission. You know, despite being at war with these people, you know... what do they call it? They're not here to fight, but they're here to provide relief and aid to the suffering. Because it's a tragedy on a catastrophic level. You will? You are a hero of the people indeed. Here are 3 bowls of piping hot soup. Could you see those around the station who appear especially woebegone receive some? Oh yeah? Okay. What in the world is that? For pity's sake, get it away from me. You'll make me sick with that foreign trash you louts call food. It's a recipe for cold climes you might be liking. Oh, enough. What are you, some 2-guild salesman? I'll take the damnable thing if it'll shut you up. I stole your chocolate. It was good. Ow. Be nice. Oh my, that is nice, isn't it? It's so warm. The hells are you looking at then? I got my food, now off with you. What, afraid I'll run off with the bowl, are you? I'm not that hard up as to resort to stealing. I can get it back to the cook just fine on my own. What? Oh, my poor hubby. I'm picking on him. Don't you dare. You get that tushy out of here. Don't you backblast. At least call out a warning first. So first you march into our homeland, easy as you please. And now you tell us what foods we're to eat? Oh, that's very rich indeed. Well, let me tell you something, you little weasel. I spit on your charity, your heat, spit on it, so you can take that soup of yours and stuff it where the sun don't shine. Wow. F you too, bitch. Just drop it on your freaking face. Can I do that, please? We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12, thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to the Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain. Courtesy of our Lamenza friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. What is this, soup you say? That's very kind of you. It's been far too long since I had a hot meal. Can't rightly remember the last time. Let me guess, this is an Ishgardian recipe, isn't it? My mother used to make something similar once upon a time. It was a red soup, well known in these parts. Thank you for bringing me this reminder of happier days, days I hope to see return to our country. Ah, there you are. So how did you fare? Did you manage to deliver the soup like I asked? Oh, turned away by one surely citizen, were you? That's unfortunate, although not entirely surprising. The people here have been through more than most. I'm not a stranger entire to their pain. When Ishgard was in dire straits, I too found myself fatigued beyond measure. My spirits in the doldrums. I was hanging on by a quickly unraveling thread. It felt, and hope was nothing more than a risible dream. But it was at the holy stables when a woman, one I had never met before, offered me a simple bowl of soup. I was in such a dark, foul mood at the time, but one sip was enough to turn my whole world around. I felt alive again, like I had purpose once more. I thought to emulate that charity, do for these people what that kindly lady did for me. But you know what they say, even the best laid plans and all that. Well, I won't let one fractious local dampen my spirits. I'm only sorry you had to deal with them. Okay. P.S. I love you? What the hell? A member of the Maelstrom is attempting to play a post-Moogle for some reason, though they are not doing a very good job of it. Why, if it isn't you, the Warrior of Light herself, the Navigator was good to bring you to us, for we've on our hands something of a conundrum, one perhaps you can solve for us. I don't want to play post-Moogle again. It involves a mysterious letter, you see. Not sure where it came from, suffice it to say. We found it when we were laying some of the dead to rest. Our thinking is it fell out of one of the deceased pockets. It's only right the missive's delivered to the proper hands. The deed need to say their piece, after all. Only the dead need to. Only thing is, I've been ordered elsewhere, so I can't look into it myself. Do you think you could take over for me? If you can spare the time, I'd like you to look for this here letter's recipient. Bit of a pain, I grant you, but our best and only bet at this point is to ask the locals around the station, see if they have any clues as to who it might be for. You do manage to find to whom it's addressed. Let Alteligal know. I'll make sure to bring her up to speed about everything we discussed here before I have to move on. Well, okay then. Playing post-Moogle again. An unaddressed letter, you say? Could it be from my sister? Give it to me. Let me see. No, this isn't her handwriting, and I had so hoped it would be. She was taken before her time, and I never even had the chance to say goodbye. An unaddressed letter? Could it be? Quickly, give it here. Wow, everybody gonna read this letter. I knew it. Yes, this is his handwriting, all right? I would know it anywhere. Thank you for bringing it to me. No, wait, please do not go yet. I would like a friendly face about me while I read it, if you wouldn't mind. We humans have a tendency to become trapped in the past, refusing to move on. I implore you not to let this happen. Now is the time for you to look forward and rediscover love and all of the other joys of life. I can practically hear his voice in my ears as I read this. We promised that we'd be together until the end of our days, though through thick and thin, and yet here I am alone. No matter how dark it may be, there will always come another dawn. Yep, Harashapon said that. Look to the future and trust that there is always more light ahead. Yes, how right you are. Thank you. I will take those words to heart. Give my sincerest gratitude, and please give my thanks to the one who found my darling's letter. Judging by that look on your face, you found the citizen for whom the letter was intended. That's a relief. The people here have witnessed unspeakable horrors, forced to live through the tragic dreams of loved ones. Little wonder their spirits are so broken. If only there were some magic spell capable of healing shattered hearts, I would be only too happy to cast it for them. But alas, only time can heal such wounds. And until they're recovered, we must offer our support. Stand with them during these trying times. I wish I could provide more. At any rate, your help was much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, we got the chocobo. Children are our future. A woman with startling blue hair is in search of her son who had disappeared without a trace. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with hair a similar shade to mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I've never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will, bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Platinum Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. Rest thy warfare o'er. One of the mall delegates seeks the aid of someone brave enough to wade through the terrors of the city. Thank goodness you're here. We've just received an urgent request for aid from one of our own via Link Pearl. Alas, we cannot make out their location, though it sounded as if they were in the throes of a fearsome struggle. We've sent out scouts to ascertain his whereabouts, but they're few in number. Might you aid in their efforts? Yeah, sure. Your cooperation is much appreciated. I bid you begin your search near the Cenaculum Imperialis. Our fellows have yet to explore it. Should any tempered Imperial forces attempt to waylay you, I ask that you merely subdue them, not kill them. To that end, I offer you this powder. It shall render any hostile immobile for a time. Well, it looks like we're exploring the whole frickin' continent! Okay, how the heck do I get in here? I am at Strange Bedfellows. This is right after what's his name just committed suicide. The twins already got the Magitech collars taken off. Quintus tried to use them for bargaining chips. That didn't work too well. I didn't think that would work with Estinian anyway. Those are his adopted children now, so no, that ain't gonna work. Right now, I'm just picking up all the side quests, finishing them up real quick, and then I'll move on. Should be getting close to the second dungeon. According to the questline thing online. Yeah, I got one more after this, and then the one after that will be a dungeon. According to the website. I got my first 100 combat class. And then once I do my daily for today for the culinary, that one will be, so yeah, I got my combat classes work on now. Yeah, right now we're just helping these people, like, decide if they're gonna come back to the other village. So, as a good little adventurer, I am helping these good people. Yeah, if you like. I'm over on Dynamis, though, right now. Oh, am I on Dynamis? No, I'm not. I'm on Ether right now. I went over there. Only thing I'm doing right now is side quests right now, anyway. I've done all my roulettes today. Hence the reason I'm over on a different planet. I got all the ether currents. Now I just got to do the quest to get the crystals. And all the side quests in between. Ooh, this one actually lit up. As soon as this one hits 90, I'm going to go to my Viper. It's 85. I'm going to push it to 90. I got 1 till 100. That's good enough for me. Yeah, if I get the dungeon up, I'll see if my daughter's home, and then, yeah. See if she wants to join us. I don't know if she's home yet. No, not yet. I look at it as more like if you want to join and tag along like that, it's not necessarily help so much as if you want to tag along and hang out. I'm cool with that. What am I looking for? It's sad how deteriorated this place took. Okay. I'll probably end up transferring back to Hallie. It shouldn't take me long to do all the side quests. It never really does. Another block street. Who are you? Mother sent you, huh? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. That didn't go over well. You don't exactly have a home anymore, kid. Just accept reality. Life changed. Kids are stubborn. Stop following me. It ain't gonna work. One of these. I hate these quests so bad. This is the dumbest. I just don't like these. No, our home. It was here, right here. You again. Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house. Bigger and better than the old one. You know what? Just take the kid. Throw him over your shoulder, barbarian style. Let's go. Couple swats on the behind won't, like, hurt him any. Ah, I swear. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? How would your mother feel if something were to happen to you? I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. My mother's worried I should go back to the station. Is there more? Oh, I see it. What am I looking for? Ah, there's one right there. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's what I was supposed to do with that one. Oh, I found him, I found him. Ah, you'll let me do it, huh? I certainly did not expect you, of all people, to come to my rescue, and you are arrived just in the nick of time. Had you come any later, fear you may have been forced to carry a load of dead weight back to camp. Was on my rounds when I heard what I assumed to be a refugee crying for help. I made to aid the poor soul when some imperial wretch set upon me. Looking at it with more critical eye, that refugee may have been nothing but a bait for a trap. My head was muddled from the chaos of it all, but I swear I heard the man speak the name Lord Nerva. My ears did not deceive me. This would mean remnants of the 3rd Legion are still abroad, and they perhaps aim to fleece us of both provisions and arms. That deserter must be brought in for questioning before the effects of that compound of yours wears off. I shall return to the station at once to report it in and ensure that our forces have captured the scoundrel. Okay. So, you know what? It might be faster to work my way back in. I better repair my gear. I got some space. Cool. Probably. But I make quite a bit off the, what do you call it? Those things that you use to, make your crafting stuff, all the gems and stuff. These. I make a lot off of these. I just send my retainers out, wait until they stack up to like 1,000, and then I sell them. I make about, 600,000 to 700,000 off of every, like, stack. So, I make quite a bit. It's more or less, I just want space in my bags. I don't feel like traveling back. Probably stow. I'd probably go buy it back, though. You say the Black Star? Okay. I'll go buy that back. If it's still there. I mean, there's some things that I do sell that is, like, worth my time, but there's some things like, I don't care. I'll put it this way, I'm never hurting for money. Ever. Oh. Oops. Was I supposed to do something with him? Oh, wow, nice. Oh, yeah, you're definitely not hurting. What is this? Strange bedfellow. Oh, that's for the main quest. What am I supposed to do with that? Maybe this will be... Let me hide these. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I really need to figure out where that's at so I can see 10 of these at once. Most people don't deal with side quests. I do, and then I get like bombarded. Let's see, where the hell is that? Okay, let me read these. Idle animation. Map font size. Really? I make that a little bit bigger. Till I get new glasses, it kind of might help. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. There we go. Those guys are a pain in the ass in the Palace of the Dead. But they're not as bad as the Manticores. I think I'm probably gonna level, since I'm pushing everything now to 90, I think the next thing I'm gonna do is my Viper. She's 85, so I'll push that one to 90 next. So somebody actually bought the house for 100 mil, really? I only spent 3 for mine. It must have been a large one. Oh. I still haven't seen anything close to all those fiends flying around like I did that cinematic. Now, I've seen Vifnir, so that was in the cinematic. The whole thing with just Stola telling the forum the Scions will fight. And so I seen that one. Sure. There's way more I'm missing. Stag? Man, I don't know how people can live in an environment this freaking cold. And I thought Ishgardians had it bad. Oh, there's our little Thaumaturge guild people. I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned. Poor creature, you should have seen him. Tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What, he was attacked by that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There's a salutary lesson to be gained from all this, though, one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. Thank you for the ether crystal. That is one more. One more, I say. To think that we end up taking the First Legion themselves, or what remains of them, into our care. Not so long ago, such a thing would have been inconceivable, but these are strange times indeed. There you are, Knight. I've been awaiting your return. Our comrade reported in just moments ago, and I've heard all. Not only did you save him from the hands of that Imperial, but you provided us the opportunity for his capture. The men I sent out to apprehend that blackguard have sent word that he is not in fact tempered, as we had assumed. Rather, he is one of many who are determined to fight until the bitter end. As invaders in their lands, we've drawn their ire. I have my fair share of misgivings about any who fight under the Imperial standard, but considering the circumstances, surely it would be in the interest of both sides to lay down our weapons to make at least an attempt at cooperation. But such idle musings can be saved for less troublous times, I suppose? Oh yes, how foolish of me. I nearly forgot. The fellow you saved earlier, he asked me to give you this as thanks for your help. Money! I like money. Hell yeah! Let's go, Viper. You're up. Let's see. Let's put you there. There you are, and none for the worse for wear. Oh, that look on your face. I take it to mean you found the seeds then? You have? How wonderful. This ought to brighten my daughter's spirits and hopefully entice her to put a bit of food in her belly. Why, look at all you have brought. Medicine, a toy bear, but I did not even ask, and yet goodness, I'm so touched. You are too kind, truly. My life lately, if one can even call it that, has been consumed by concern. Concern for my daughter's safety, where our next meal will come from. But your good deed today was a bright spot in these bleak times. To tell the truth, you're not the first to show us unexpected compassion. Being from the provinces, I feared the Garleans here would turn us away, but they offered us food and shelter. If it weren't for them, we may not be alive today. And now we owe a debt of gratitude to you and your contingent. Thanks to you, my daughter will grow strong again. Of this, I'm sure. While I can't offer much, I want you to have this, and I won't take no for an answer. I won't take no for an answer. Dude! I like. Ah, good to see you returned and unharmed at that. How did your search go? Well, I hope? Let us see here. Ah, an old bottle of spirits. There's not a drop left to drink. A pity that. Anyhow, the size is perfect for my purposes. Now, what do we have here? Ah, a perfume bottle. A touch on the small side. No getting around that. But usable in its own way. Oh, smell that. It's managed to retain some of its scent. Imagine the aroma it will reduce once we've added heat. As you know, for the Garleans, the flame is all. It is said that when our ancestors first arrived in this blighted, frigid land, they lived along in darkness, unable to breathe fire into their world. What they lacked in magic, though, they made up for in guile. They took what fat and oils they could from the animals of these wilds and chased away their shadows, until of course they at last learned to extract ceruleum from Cerealia ligands. But like those first settlers before me, I will carve out a bright spot of hope in this darkness with these lanterns. Thank you for all that you have done, truly. Why, just look at you, not so much as a scratch. Now then, have you the tanks I requested? I knew you'd come through. Without the cerulean, we might well have frozen to death. There may not be much, but we're grateful for it, believe me. Still, what we have here is but a small bandage atop a very large wound. While this amount of fuel is only a stopgap measure, its discovery means that more can likely be found further afield. If I am to be honest, I often find myself wishing for a savior, one who will lead us into more promising times. As Emperor Solus once did, someone who might pluck us from this sad lot. No man or woman as great as he will ever appear again, at least not in our lifetimes. No, we've only to rely on ourselves now, to rebuild our fallen cities brick by brick, stone by stone. It will prove a grueling task, one that will take us years. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. But you've shown me that if we all pull our weight, it's not so unrealistic a goal. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving me the courage to go on. Oh, you've returned, and a great deal sooner than I assumed. Well, have you captured for me what I asked? Yes, this is it. It is a most impressive specimen, would you not agree? Crafted in Garabania, it moves as if wrought from flesh and bone, not of metal and screws. 'Tis a monument to Garlean ingenuity and innovation. And I should know I had a hand in its inception. Alas, it was to be my swan song. Once Alamigo fell, I returned to Garlemald to languish in retirement until the end of my days. I thought that would be the end of my story. But my life has been granted a new chapter in the form of an acquaintance newly made. The flaxen-haired man taught me all manner of ancient Allegon technologies, and it is through this newfound wisdom I shall craft magitech capable of independent thought, equipped with the cognition to rival mankind's. Though the empire is in ruins, I shall not go quietly into that dying light. I have the luxury of time, no ticking clock to war against. I will take all the hours afforded to me to craft a machine of such magnificence. Magnificence. My genius cannot be gainsaid. Magnificence. I cannot say that damn word. Machines for thoughts and emotions to call their own. I am beside myself with excitement. Oh, what a brave new world we are soon to set foot into, my friend. How lucky you are to know you aided in its nativity. Oh, it's right to turn to you. You've my most sincere gratitude. Alright, speak with Thancred. Are you back in the other city? Yep. And then there was only one quest left. This is over here. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Couldn't you have told me that back at the other place? Why no, Thancred, you gotta make it difficult. On night, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. One of the refugees. I'm told we're Some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of the legatus and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Where is that? Where is it? Alright. In from the cold. Lucius has further news for you. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Territorium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Yustola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself, so see that she is. Oh dear God. But I just cleared it all out. Why? Hornets Cleanup Committee. Many in the Ilzabar contingent have been complaining of Imperials discarding perfectly good weaponry throughout the city. Knight, may I bother you a moment? I trust word has already reached you regarding the reclamation of the discarded weaponry. No, truly, then it's good you found me. As you are well aware, in accordance with the truce, the First Legion has laid down its arms. Unfortunately, its soldiers laid down those arms wherever they please, and now they're scattered all over the city. Should you stumble upon, or more likely trip upon, any of this aforementioned Imperial weaponry, we ask that you reclaim it and return it to us post-haste. Please gather up anything even vaguely useful looking, though you can probably draw the line at a plank with a nail through it. We already have enough of those. That's funny. Mama, she is in rubble deep. Storm Sergeant Makako Nago looks at you beseechingly as he winces against the child's shrill sobbing. Please, a moment of your time. This poor girl, she has come all the way from the seat of the Empire, alone it would seem. I meant to ask what troubled her, but she can't catch her breath for all her tears, let alone speak. I'm not accustomed to children and their handling. I can never say the right thing, but perhaps you will have more success in calming her than I. Would you try to soothe whatever sorrow plagues her? Thank you. I feel a bit better now. What am I doing here? Well, Mom said we might find some food at your camp, but on our way here, one of the buildings started to crumble and a big bit of the wall hit my mom, and she's still strapped under it. I tried to pull her out, but please, she needs help. My word, you needn't worry, little one. Help us is on the way. Knight, follow her to her mother. See if there's aught to be done. I will round up a few soldiers to assist you just in case. You mean it? You're really going to help me? She's just over this way. Quickly. Oh no, not another one of these! They do these follow quests a lot in this expansion, I noticed. It's so annoying. Such strength. Was that some sort of magic? Forgive me. I've begun to panic, thinking I'd be trapped forever. Thanks to you, I can walk away with my life intact. I'm so proud of you, my little soldier. How brave you were to seek help as you did. You must have been so scared. I was, but that's when I met this real little soldier, littler than me even, and he asked this nice lady to help us. So that's what happened. We were at the station when they announced the truce, so I know that we're no longer at odds, but even so, I imagine it's difficult for some of you to see us as anything more than the enemy. Your contingent is kind indeed to take us in as you have. It is more than I expected, to be sure. I was prepared for something of a fight, in fact, but so long as my sweet one depends on me, nothing shall stop me from making sure she's safe. We are survivors, come what may. We'll set out for your camp once more. Farewell, ma'am. You have my most heartfelt gratitude, and before I go, do give my thanks to that warrior my daughter spoke of. Should you see him again? Yay! Beast of the Imperial Wild. Bartholomew in Camp Broken Glass is having a devil of a time trying to keep the stores pest-free. Blasted all overgrown bastard got away again. If only there was someone we could turn to, but who? Oh, excuse me, didn't see you there. Pardon my mumbling. Hold a moment. Let me have a look at you. Those eyes, that steady set jaw. Yes, you're a Doherty sort. Dotty sort? Perfect. You're just the woman I was in the market for. Our camp stores are being pillaged, plundered, and altogether despoiled, which is troublesome indeed, as we've so little in the way of provisions as it is. Fortunately, the thieves left tracks, which the Garlean hunters of the area tell us belong to a variety of yeti known as almasti. The wretches are so wily that once they've found a source of food, they'll come in droves, telling all their other accursed friends, so that leaves us with only one recourse, swift and bloody retribution. I was told to find the assistance of a master huntswoman, but you certainly can't find one of those yet just lying about. I was fretting over whom to ask when you fell straight in my lap. And you seem as good a hunter as any, right? If you're willing to cooperate, and I'm sure that you are, speak with the Imperial Hunter just outside camp. He'll set you on the right path. The commissionary officer has her hands full and is in need of an extra pair. Well, well, now here's a sight that warms the heart. I never thought I'd have the honor to meet a hero of your pedigree, let alone beg for your aid. You see, I've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Tapper's Den, and having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side would go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. I defend it myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. If you'd be so kind as to escort me, I assure you I'll make it worth your while. Oh, dear God. Well then, I'll be waiting outside the gates of the camp. Come meet me when you're ready, but don't take too long. Monsters are abound in these parts. Oh, thank God. I can wait a second. Let me get the other quest. Bloody following idiots. I don't wanna. The hero never bombs. Elliot has for you a rather explosive assignment. You do have a way of appearing at the most opportune times, don't you? I was only just thinking to myself, if only night were here, so to business. In light of our work to aid the people of Garlemald, the First Legion put to us an offer. Their service machina is ours should we want it, though as we've all recently learned, nothing is ever so easy as the Magitech in question still lies within the city limits. The self-same engineer who gifted us with the information has offered to escort you to the site. That's right, you mentioned you by name even. I would never force you to attend to a task so perilous, but it would be a great boon for our cause were we to wrangle that machina to our purposes. The area in question is sadly littered with detritus of all manner, making exploration difficult if not impossible. To that end here, he's ought to blast bomb and demolish any barrier foolish enough to stand between our hero and her cause. The engineer awaits you outside the encampment's limits. Find him when you are ready to brave the perils of the city. Wow. All these follow quests. In the skies above Garlemald, a member of contingent's reconnaissance force is looking for an intrepid soul willing to sit astride Magitech armor. What? Salutations, knight. Forgive the abrupt nature of my question, but have you ever sat aside a Magitech armor? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Couple times. Fantastic. If anyone were to have such experience, I knew it would be you. The reason for my asking is simple. We wish to get an aerial view of the city to assess damages. A Magitech pilot belonging to the First Legion was kind enough to suggest we use one of their flying units to conduct a survey. Alas, the person we initially requested for this assignment has been injured and rendered unable to board the armor. Fortunately, I found you. Or rather, you have found me, as it were. This Magitech pilot I spoke of awaits you at Lemon Station 4. You'll find him performing maintenance on the armor you'll be using. He will get you set up. A place of greater safety. Talon has received word from a comrade in dire straits somewhere in the city. Knight, we received a rather urgent call for assistance only moments ago. One of our finest located a civilian and meant to lead them to safety, but was waylaid. Magitech ordnance set upon them, and our comrade was wounded in the barrage. Shouldn't prattle on any longer. This is their most desperate hour and are in need of urgent help. The city streets can be treacherous to the inexperienced, which is why I would ask that you undertake this task. Can they count on your assistance? Excellent. Seek out our man in Reggio Urbana and provide him with this tincture. That ought to set him on his feet again, and with any luck, grant him strength enough to get both himself and the civilian back here. Wow, they got a lot. Ooh, I should be able to fly after this. I should do these two first. Gala scans her surroundings, but for what or whom? I've seen you before. In Territorium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? Oh, he's probably still refusing to budge. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, 1st Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, though I suppose I'm one myself. You see, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody. In fact, before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigiles Urbani. It was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. Old habits die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, that's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. You should go back to the station to try persuading him to join your camp. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It'd do him good to see you're not the monsters he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no more time like the present. Put your plasma where your mouth is. A member of the Immortal Flames is looking for a hero brave enough to wield a mighty weapon and fell a colossal. If it isn't Knight, your timing is fortuitous. There is a request I would make of you, one on the more perilous side. As you know, we are working day and night to escort the city's residents to safety. Unfortunately, some Magitech Colossi seek to undermine our efforts, but to directly engage them will result in catastrophic collateral damage. Luckily, it need not come to that. Garland Ironworks has a product known as Magitech Plasma Cannon. That means nothing to me. I confess, but word is this creation of theirs is capable of stopping a war machina dead in its tracks. Sounds too good to be true, I know. Well, here's the rub. The silver bullet is a damn costly thing to develop, and they don't want just anyone handling it. Sid put your name forward, though. He thought you would acquit yourself well of this task. I know it's a deal to ask, but should you decide to aid us in our efforts, we will be waiting near the station. Any more quests? Any more quests? Did I get them all? Did I get them all? Did I get them all? Okay. Maybe I should go turn that one in. So I do have 2, and I need 5. I think one's part of the storyline. My men report that they found both the mother and the child making their way here and have provided them the shelter and aid they require. I confess I was more than a bit surprised when one of them told me of your success in lifting the rubble. It sounded too tall a tale to be real even. Then I remembered who we are dealing with and felt foolish for doubting her. At any rate, they are safe and in our care now, all thanks to you. Yeah, I'm Superwoman. Didn't you know that? Supergirl? Something like that? You came. I half expected you might not, given the dangers. And again, you are Eorzea's champion, and what sort of hero balks in the face of a challenge? Forgive my excitement. I've been wanting to make your acquaintance for some time now. Yes, well, anyway, shall we both be off then? Find me at Reggio Urbanicium, and I shall escort you from there. Far easier that way, trust me. hold a moment. I know you. Yes, you're one of the Orosians who was brought to the station, aren't you? I was told that I would receive assistance from one involved in the continuous decision-making processes, but I must say, seeing you here comes as a shock. You seem the sort of person as to be above the sniping of vermin. Sure you're the time to spend on such menial tasks? Very well, I won't press the subject any longer. Your assistance will prove invaluable, I'm certain. Now then, time is wasting. Let us reconvene in the Avalon Rime, the Almasties territory where we'll set the trap. Commissary reminds me of the military. There you are. I knew you'd have the heart to help a soul in need. Okay. Yep, that one was an escort one. So what are we doing? Best delivered coal. Where are we going? I don't even see that one. Oh, there we are. She's got a funny run. Heh. Oh, hey Montana, how's it going? Thank you for the sub. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, I gave myself a shout out. My bad. I did not mean to give myself a shout out. Although I haven't seen my clips in a while. Oh, that's the Nidhogg Rausvigar's fight. Oh god, I haven't done that. I need to do some more clips too. A lot of my clips are all Final Fantasy related, so good luck at catching me doing some silly stuff. But let's see, Montana. I didn't see your clip play. Did it not play? What the hell? No! I might have to let me fix that. Give me a sec. Refresh cast. Let's try this again. Okay. Let's try that again. There we go.
I'm a Teletubby.
You're a Teletubby?
Oh, you are?
That must be your kids.
I didn't know that. I'm a stinky butt. Oh, I didn't know that.
So how's your day going?
Oh, okay. I want broccoli for dinner every day this week.
Broccoli for dinner every day. Does it come with cheese on top?
Alright, I guess you're gonna eat broccoli for dinner tomorrow.
Oh, it's going good. Making progress through Final Fantasy. I'm in Endwalker now. Got my first combat class to 100. That was an achievement. Now I'm just going to push everything to 90. Just so I can be ready for Dawn Trail, so that I don't have to worry about my bonus experience going away. I'll just have everything at 90, and then I'm just going to grind it at that point. Yeah, I know. It took me forever to get there. Still working on my Necromancer title, but hey, I can put that on the back burner until I get everything caught up. Still work on it a little bit every day, but I'll do the bigger push once I get caught up with content. It'll be some time yet before we've mapped the entirety of this vast expanse that stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. I'm kind of curious, where am I at quest-wise? Lodestone. So as of right now, I am at a total of 3,001 quests completed. I can't believe I've got that many quests done. 3,001 so far. I look at it every day. It updates like every 24 hours or so, or every 12 hours or something like that. That's good. Yeah. Oh yeah. And how's your streaming going? It's a wonder that the Garleans survived it all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacius with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. Okay, we're going this way. This expansion seems to have a lot of stay with the people, have them follow you. If you, like, lose them, you have to go back and get them. It's the only thing I don't like about this expansion, honestly. The follow quest, I don't like it. It's just constant. This is only hearsay, but I've been told those masses are formed when ceruleum bursts forth from the earth and comes into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. The water mixed in it prevents the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of ceruleum you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure ceruleum is wrested straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. I'm gonna work on a different races at some point. Now that I know about the separate NPC dialogues, I want to make sure I catch all that from the beginning. I didn't know about all that until my daughter told about it at the end of Shadowbringers, and I'm like, are you serious? I missed 4 expansions worth of NPC talk. Here we are, safe and sound. I couldn't have done it without you, friend. And now that all is left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, hey? Well, the goods have been safely delivered, but I'm afraid I have one more task to beg of you. Of course, I'd do it myself if I could, but I'm afraid this calls for someone with skills that I lack. You're not obligated to help me again, but seeing as how you're already here, maybe you won't mind hearing me out. Armored up. The commissary officer is pleased to see you willing to help once more. So you found it within your heart to help an old friend once again. Rest assured, I won't soon forget your generosity now to the matter at hand. The people here have told me about the Magitech weaponry stalking the frozen tundra. With no pilots to guide them, they unleash their fury upon whosoever is unfortunate enough to cross their path. Several of the refugees attempted to combat the threat using a few abandoned suits of Magitech armor, but they were soon overwhelmed. It's not often you see Magitech turn on Magitech, but not much surprises me these days. Luckily, no one was killed during that incident, but the mindless machines are still out there primed and ready for their next target. That's where you come in. The stories say you're a demon in Magitech armor, and I reckon you reduced those things into piles of scrap before I even felt the chill in my fingertips. Like I said before, I'd do it myself, but seeing as how I've never even ridden in a suit of armor, I'd just be buying myself a ticket to an early grave. Rest assured, however, that I'll do my best to learn from your example. Any road, there's a suit waiting for us outside. I'll go ahead and ready it for you. Don't leave me waiting out in the cold for too long. Oh, it's all good, it's all good. I'm still questing, so I haven't got to the dungeon yet, so you're good. Take your time. How many I gotta do before I get to the main one? I got like 8 side quests I'm working on right now. Well, she's as ready as she'll ever be. I don't think I'll need to tell you this, but make sure you not to bring those things near the cave. I'll stand watch from here to make sure all goes to plan. Stay safe out there, friend. Okay, I'm gonna go blow some stuff up. Man, the one in the main scenario is like way stronger than this. Well, that one done. Still waiting on my daughter to get home anyway. Yeah, she ain't home yet. Yay! I'm gonna get out of this stupid thing. Guess I could grab that. This here is the Almastis land, and considering how prolific the things are, we shouldn't have to wait long before one comes lumbering by. But I forget myself. Before we go a-hunting, here are specialty spirits. Not for you, of course, for them, the Almastis. Drown them in this stuff and they'll buy 3 sheets to the wind before you know it. There's no easier quarry to catch than a drunk fool, am I right? Also, once you've failed one, don't forget to collect a bloody chunk from it. Okay. Yeah, I do need to get some new gear finally. Yeah, I need to go get some new gear. Have you the bloody chunk I requested? I should hope you kept it in a bottle, for I would rather not have gore dripping all over the both of us. Good work. I must say, you've quite the mettle to face such beasts without so much as batting an eyelid, though it was silly of me to expect aught else from the selfsame woman who set foot into Territorium knowing full well it was a trap. You must be wondering why the blood. Well, the Almastis are clever creatures. They won't willingly wander into dangerous lands, especially ones that smell of death. So sprinkling a copious amount of their fellows' gore about the encampment ought to ensure they've given us a wide berth. Let's head back to Camp Broken Glass. There you can tell the soldier who sent you to me that he was right to put you on the job. Turn this one in. There you are, safe and sound. See, I knew you'd make quick work of those heaps of metal. Doubtless they were used to deadly effect when the Garleans waged war amongst themselves. In order to ensure they fired upon their own countrymen, they were made to destroy anything that came within their sights. The fact that they're causing trouble this far out is distressing indeed. I must warn my superiors upon my return. Before that, however, there is yet one more task I would ask of you. I fear I might be imposing overmuch, but you have my word that this is the last one. Yeah, not. A dream of home, the commissary officer would seek out the opinions of the refugees. One final task, and I won't bother you any longer. You needn't fight anything, at least not if you don't want to. No, this time I mean to make use of your more diplomatic faculties. One of my duties here is to find out whether the refugees wish to return home or not. Naturally, each will have their own decision and their own reasons, but getting a general feel for things will help us determine the best way to help in the days ahead. I'll gather what information I can from the people in the caves. You only have to speak with one man, but it may take a bit of work to find him. Been told he ventured off toward the wreckage of the Imperial train. Now, we could wait for him to return, but I'm running behind as it is. If you could do this, you'd be helping not only me, but all those who've been left without a home. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more gear. First for my Dragoon. Where is it? No, I need to also return back to my... One second, everybody. I'm returning back to my main city. I gotta check my retainers. Still a no-go. Alright. Stuffed peppers. need that many. Alright. Gorby? That would work. Corby! No! Eh. No, I don't think so. Here's not that expensive. It's not that bad. Okay. Okay. All right. That's actually not a bad set. I like that one. Oh. Yep, see, I make a lot. I just made it all back. Let's see. Oops, my bad. Let's see. See, how much are we worth? 159. $150. Why is that so much? I don't think it should be that much. Alright. Gorby? No. No, Gorby, get out. Oh. I'm gonna kill somebody. I'm gonna kill somebody. Don't you blame that little girl for that! But, no, it's better. There's nothing I can do about it. What? No, I don't think so. Oh, my daughter is home. I met my other daughter home. My oldest. And there we go. Arcanist Bard. I can get rid of that one. Yep, it's official. All professions are 100. Yay! Okay, so back to the grind. There's obviously no gear to buy there. I can go to Charlian and see if there's anything, I guess. Here. Let's see what we got. This is all level 80 stuff. Well, that is a food bar. I do need to do one more thing though. Right here. Let's get some more marks. All right. The hunter has delivered word to me already of his plans to deal with our Yeti troubles. How clever a stratagem he's hit upon, if only the method weren't quite so macabre, shall we say? Almost surreal to consider that our will foes now aid us in our survival. Today has proven to me that we really can bridge the divide that once separated us from them. And all it takes is for us simply to reach out and offer a hand in friendship. I should like very much for this newfound partnership to continue. Well, yours' very own hero herself is to be our pilot. Then again, accomplished aviators such as yourself are thin on the ground these days. I suppose they had to turn to you. Heard some fascinating stories about you, you know. The true you rode an ancient Alagon war machine into battle against the 7th Legion. Seemed far-fetched, but now that I've gotten a good look at you, I can see there may be some truth to the tale. But let us turn to the business at hand. The Ilzabar contingent has requested that we ascertain the level of damage the city has sustained, and the only real way to get a proper handle on the situation is from above. However, there are still hosts of autonomous machines lurking the streets, and they won't hesitate to shoot down an unidentified craft, which is where the 1st Legion's Magitech comes in. So long as we remain inside this armor, we needn't fear attack from the ground. When your loins are sufficiently girded for your trip among the clouds, just say the word. Let's go! Not to scare you off, as this mission is of great importance to us, but I hope you've some idea of what you are about to embark upon. You'll be wheeling through the sky in what is essentially a metal bucket. That hasn't unnerved you, I'm ready when you are. Let's do it! Sweet! We shall start our survey from the north. A word of warning, though, from above, the extent of the damage will seem much greater than what you expected. It may come as something of a shock. See that overpass there? It looks like it might collapse at any moment. A single chocobo feather could see it crumble to dust, I reckon. We shall cordon it off and ensure that none of ours attempts to enter the area. As I blow up the chat. This is Platinum Novum. Though it is in a sorry state now, its towers were once symbols of our empire, symbols of the progress we could achieve through the application of our sciences. I'm inclined to enter the structure proper to examine the extent of the devastation from within. Sadly, we are still too few in number for such an undertaking. It will have to wait. Look here, there. This looks largely intact, which is little wonder. The building, which dates back to the era of the Republic, it is said to be constructed from materials meant to ward against all manners of offensive magics. Clearly, not all our buildings were erected with such design philosophy. We have foolishly assumed that the Mora Machina defending us will make up for less than ideal structural integrity. You can see what cutting corners cost us. With that, I would say we hit all the key areas of the city for the most part. Let's return to Camp Broken Glass, shall we? Sure. Why not? Thank you for joining me in the skies today, Knight. I confess I have been on my guard around you, Orozine, a lot. It has been beaten into my skull that you are and will always be my enemy. Spending time with you today, however, has made me realize that you truly are here to help us, not harm us. To be honest, your continued support has been a bright spot in this gloom. It is easy to fall prey to hopelessness, but we've a responsibility to fight on, do we not? We are all of us living on this star, and who else can see it brought back from the brink of ruin? Many of us have lost families, friends, loved ones. Grief hangs heavy on the Empire. We need time to lick our wounds, but that does not mean we are without the fire of determination. We wish to see our home restored to its former glory. Nah, I think that's long gone, dude. Just get over it. That is part of the reason why I decided to undertake this task, actually. I wanted to better understand not only the road ahead for the Empire, but to see for myself the stuff you Orzins are made of. Enough of sentimentality, though. There's still much to be done here, and this armor won't repair itself. Would you mind reporting back to the reconnaissance officer who assigned you to this task and tell him of our findings? Could you quit wrestling that baby? Actually, I think she's tackling you. Never mind. I looked over and she's just like, wow. She's gonna be joining the WWE. Can you quit? I didn't say that. Oh, I can go through the door, duh. I cannot thank you enough. I would surely have succumbed to my injuries had you not come along. You see, a nightmare of a war machine is set upon us out of nowhere, and my medical supplies were destroyed in the opening volley. I took a rather nasty hit myself, but it would have been a lot worse if this kind lady had not noticed the enemy approaching. I owe her my life. It was nothing compared to the bravery you showed in rescuing me. If not for you, I shan't speak of it. It's too grisly a thought to put into words. You're nothing to worry about now, I assure you. Please allow me to escort you to Camp Broken Glass. Food and succor await. Join us, will you, knight? The soldier who sent you here must be eager to hear of your exploits. She looks like a nun. That is one. Cute. Can you guys stop? There will be tickle penalties if y'all do not. No. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Don't get stuck on the stairs. Hey, Gorby. Can you cook one of those family dinners? Oh, it's not often I encounter someone else out here. If you've come here for cerulean, then I'm afraid this area has already been picked clean. Here to ask if you want to return to your homeland. Jarek has already asked me as much, but I suppose you must be thorough. Could you give me a moment? I would first like to offer a prayer to the departed. This wreckage was left in the wake of one particular fierce battle. A dear friend of mine journeyed here to search it for abandoned supplies, but a sudden explosion cut his life short. Although I had meant to offer him a lone prayer, why don't you join me? He always was one to enjoy the company of others, even those he scarcely knew. I've placed these stones to mark the spot of his passing. Pray to his memory, if you will. Thank you. Whatever sense his prayers provide to those who have passed, I'm sure my friend is grateful for it. As for your previous question, well, I am Alamegan by birth and was taken from my home and my family by the Empire, made to serve in their interminable wars. After 10 years, my hands were so stained with blood I no longer recognized them as my own. Days, weeks, years blended into one another until finally I was released from service. For the first time in a long while, I thought for myself. Did my wife and child still live? Would they allow one so steeped in sin back into their home? Even now, I can't bring myself to consider the answers to those questions. So in short, I cannot say. Please leave me with my thoughts. I won't be far behind, I promise. Let's go this way. If my prediction is correct, he should still be around here. His name's Volisus, but most know him far better for his scarlet locks. Considering how reluctant he is to leave, I doubt he'd answer if we tried calling out for him. Would you mind helping me look? Really, they kind of remind me of wounded animals and they just won't leave. Ooh, it's a Stinian. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'll gladly oblige. Lord Quintus was our rock in the storm, and now we are without a leader, without direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means consorting with our former enemies. Well, what do you want? I am Decimus, Centurion of the First Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you, and your very presence here... Oh, you've already said all that. I don't want to talk to you no more. I'm done. Julius? Really? You're still here. Oh, well. Get over it, dude. The guy was a freaking damn coward. No sympathy for him. Who are you? I mean, he had people that depended on him, and he took the quick way out. Wallace, we've been looking everywhere for you, still refusing to join everyone at the other camp, I see. I'm not going anywhere, not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I know you came here with Julius, didn't you? Please, you've got to listen to me. Mom and Dad are alive. I know they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I have a feeling he'll be more cooperative once he's got this off his chest. Hear him out, would you? Alright, so do those work? No. Longing for home, Voluses will not be moved. Please help me find my parents. My mom's got red hair just like me, and my dad. Voluses, you have to understand that there's little chance we find your parents even if we went looking for them. I do understand. That's why I'm waiting here. They promised to meet me at the station. I know it's too dangerous for me outside, but you two can fight, can't you? So please don't give up on them like everyone else. It won't hurt to look, will it? I worry that we're only giving him false hope, but very well. After all, the least we can do is try. Thanks to my time in the Vigil as Urbani, I know the capital like the back of my hand. Between the two of us, we should be able to conduct a reasonably thorough search. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see them again. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is exactly what I was afraid of. To the task at hand, then. Given the present state of the capital, tracing his parents' steps will be no easy feat. Voluses, do you know anything that might help us in our search? Well, I was thinking about going back to my house if it's still there. Where is that? Are there any landmarks nearby? It's on the outskirts of town to the south, between the tavern and the bookshop. Oh, and Dad always used to fly a huge imperial flag in front of our house. We were the only family that had one in our neighborhood. That should be enough to go on. Alright, let's get going. Back outside we go. I think she's home now. Alright. Okay. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, ma'am. I will distract the Colossi, allowing you ample time to take aim with your newly appointed weapon. If the engineers are able to be believed, scoring a direct hit will send a powerful current through the giant system and ultimately disable it. What am I throwing? Put your plasma to the test. Ooh, you a big boy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, take your time. Ooh, that was close. Excellent shooting, Knight. Now those wretched mechana have been dispatched. We will be able to deliver the citizens to safety. Okay. Before I return to the station to join the escort, I shall send word to Camp Broken Glass of your success. My superior officer, Ambaga, will await you with your reward. I'll make sure of it. Like I said, I'm wrapping up all the side quests first. I don't like leaving them on my map at all. Drives me absolutely batty. I got this one, and I think one other. No, I think this is the one before the main story dungeon quest. So this one, and then the next one after this is the dungeon quest. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. I know, and you know, I know there are a lot of people that don't do them, and you know what? Kudos. But I do them, so shouldn't. Everybody that's been following me for the past year knows that I'll do them. Even when I did Code Vein, every time I did another run through, I would do the side quests that were involved. That's just the way I am. Because, you know, you never know. There might be somebody that's tuning in that's like, oh, there's that quest there. I didn't know about that, you know? Or they can just be completely bored, but, you know. Well, this is a bother. The Magitech I have my eye on doesn't seem to be quite as accessible as I'd hoped. There's just so much accursed wreckage in the way. We won't be able to drag the thing out. A pickle indeed. Hate to ask, but have you any brilliant ideas up that sleeve of yours? Use some explosives on you. That will do the trick, certainly. Alas, I'm not at all skilled in the Eorzean technologies, which means there's a distinct possibility I'll blow my hands clean off if I try to tinker with such a device. Perhaps I could leave that blasting of objects to you? Wow, she's admitting she can't operate her stuff. Let's see. No, not that one. Ah, you've made us a path. Very good, very good. Now my machina can finally get its day in the sun. As of this morning, I had done over 3,000 quests up to this point. So I won't know what today's total will be until tomorrow, but yeah. As of this morning, it was 3,001 quests. That is an achievement all by itself. The poor boy was originally meant to be used against the Third Legion to rain death and destruction upon them, but I lied to my superior officer, told them this machina was too far beyond repair to repurpose for any practical military use. Now it gets a second, far more peaceful chance at life, and I am spared the grief of knowing I had a hand in spilling my countrymen's blood. When I was told to what ends it would be used, I couldn't believe my ears. This was not the empire I knew, the empire I believed in. I've been taught that our country's cornerstone was peace, one founded upon the ways of science and machine. How can we make such a claim when intersign strife lays waste to our lands, kills our people? You may be Eorzean, but I see that your heart is true, so I know that you will answer me honestly when I ask, do you find the Empire cruel and barbarous? Oh yeah. Those you've invaded no doubt do. Yes, yes, of course. It's the victors who write history, and I fear that Garlemald will be penned with no kind hand. We've seen to that ourselves. Even so, I still wholeheartedly believe in our founding principle, unification under the banner of peace. Which is why I plan to put this war machine to better use, like rebuilding our city for one. His days on the battlefield will be behind him once my tools have done their work. Thank you for allowing me this chance to talk so frankly, and for all the pyrotechnics and whatnot, of course. Well then, shall we be heading back? I'm sure your comrade Illet is in want of a report about now. Well, and the reason I like to do it when they unlock is because it's relevant to the main storyline at that particular moment. When you come back, your mind's not focused on that particular storyline anymore, unless you've done it repeatedly, and then it's kind of like you know what it's connected to. But if it's your first playthrough and you're coming back to do all the side quests because you got nothing else to do, a lot of people don't even remember what it's even attached to. They really don't. And having all those people, because there was somebody that brought up to me yesterday, VY, he told me that, you know, when I met all the leaders that met me that were coming over here with the Ilzabar contingent, all of them are tied to my class quests. And if I completed them or not, you know, they came along. And I completed them all prior to the end of Shadowbringers, so I recognized every one of them. Well, most of them. There were a handful. I was like, who are you again? That's how little the impact was. What level is my Pictomancer? 80. So I got the Reaper, the Ninja, the Samurai. Oh, there's just so many. Yep, and I got until July to get done with Dawn Trail, at least to current content. I've got my reasons for it, but yeah. Without breaking from my normal routine. But I gotta push content now. Well, we're in the right area. Remember, he said it was between a tavern and a bookshop, and that they had a large Imperial flag in front of the house. Let me know the moment you find anything that might be useful, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Now let's start our research. I'll admit, Endwalker's got a lot of side quests compared to Stormblood and Shadowbringers. They did say it was quest heavy. And you find a letter amidst the rubble. It begins, "Dearest Volvolus, I pray this message finds you well. Gala will be eager to inspect the potentially vital clue." Ad starts in 1 minute. Found something, have you? Let's have a look. I don't think that boy's ever going to see his parents again. It's addressed to Volus and from his parents, no less. Shouldn't you read it first? Well. And you said you found it nearby? It looks like someone's tried to clear away the rubble, but then thought better of it. The place is far too exposed. His parents must have come back to see if their boy had returned home and then left him this letter. Judging by the condition of the paper, it's safe to assume some time has passed since their visit. We're unlikely to bump into them simply waiting here. A writer replied just in case they return, but for now let's head back to Volus's. Excellent work finding this. Right back here. Did you find anything? Why, yes, we did. A letter addressed to you from your parents, in fact. This is sure to help in our search, I know it. Did you want any? Can I sell you? Thank you. Huh, this is addressed to me, but this isn't Mom or Dad's handwriting. Don't give up so easy, Volus. Here, let me read it for you. Oh, no! I am injured, but am in. Do not worry about me. For now, you must stay out of danger. Love, Vipsania? Fortunately, it looks like the part detailing their location got wet at some stage is completely illegible. Vipsania, that's Mom's name. Ah, so it is from her after all. There's a good chance she's still alive. I knew it. We're one step closer to finding her. In all honesty, I'm amazed we found anything. Thank you for convincing me that the search was worthwhile. It's clear as day to me now why your comrades have nothing but praise for you. With you on the case, we'll find his mother in no time. Palatial possibilities. Gallia is on a mission to find the mother. Until now, I thought that the best thing we could do for Wallace is take him straight to Camp Broken Glass. But with the new information that has come to light, perhaps it is better for him to wait here a little longer, at least while we search for his parents. I appreciate you looking for them, I really do. If you're going to thank anyone, thank Knight for changing my mind. Right, let's go over what we learned from the letter. Vipsania isn't injured, but in a safe location. Wallace says it's not his parents' handwriting, which means she must be with another person entirely, someone she can ask to write letters in her stead, or at least that's what I make of it. Do you know where she might go in a time of emergency? Maybe Palatium Novum? She was a maid there the last time I saw her. She was on her way there. Even with all the fighting, she had lots to do. She told me to keep listening to the radio in case there were any news about the war. If anything really bad happened, we were to meet here at the station. So the radio kept you from harm, and thanks to her forethought, you were able to find shelter immediately after the city descended into chaos. Your mother is a clever woman indeed, but I wonder, why hasn't she made her way here? She worked at the Platinum Novium, Titus and Nerva's residence. Perhaps when she learned the station was held by their enemies, the First Legion, she may have thought against coming here. Even with the war effectively over, she may have been suspected as a spy or the like. So any thoughts on the matter? She must be with associates of the royal family. Indeed, that explains why she told Volus not to worry about her and to think only of his own safety. At any rate, let's make our way to Palatium Novum and see what we find. So, when I'm guessing you've done most of the side quests then too? As many as you can? I still gotta go back to do all the society stuff, and I gotta do all the relic stuff still, but I'm not in a hurry to do those right now in particular, but I am gonna go back and clean up all that. Because I got deep dungeon stuff to do once I get caught up. A lot of deep dungeon stuff. For some people. Did somebody rush you, or did you feel rushed? You know what? When I first did this, I did feel kind of rushed. I felt like, because everybody kept saying do main story, and I would just literally, or just like, I literally like pick up all the quests and not read it. And I felt really overwhelmed. So I ditched that character, and then, but the second time I tried this, I had the autoplay going. And so, you know how toddlers go, you know, they come in, hubbies demand attention, so your autoplay is going while you're attending to all that, and then you come back and all the cutscenes are gone. Oh, wow. That's a D-bag move. No offense to your FC. I think that's why I'm not in a company. I do me. But you know, each to their own. I'm just grateful that my daughter has been this patient. Because I'm still here. Well, this is it. Palatium Novum, a far cry from its former glory, but relatively untouched compared to some parts of the capital. It was built to last, so the lower floors ought to provide adequate refugee. However, there are countless Magitech drones patrolling the perimeter, attacking any who approach. That would explain why those inside have been unable to seek shelter elsewhere. How ironic that the very machina that once protected Garlemald are now one of the greatest threats to her people. But now is not the time for such musings. I know the interior well enough that I should be able to locate any survivors fairly quickly. Could you keep the Magitech drones away while I'm inside? You know, at least the Empire, as I'm helping these people, maybe they'll stop treating me as a savage and go, we've been lied to this whole time. I'll be back as soon as I finish my search. In the meantime, take care. I think the closest thing I have to a free company is I have that crosslink pearl, so anybody that wants attached to that, they can. But it's the closest thing I have to a free company without forming one. Judging by the din outside, you've encountered some trouble. You have my thanks. Unfortunately, I saw no sign of the royal family or Vipsania in there, or anyone at all for that matter. That said, it wasn't a complete waste of time. It looked like people had been living in there until fairly recently. There was a radio in there too, one of the newer models, so I imagine they avoided being tempered. It appears they've taken all the provisions and warm clothing with them, which indicates they have plenty of time to plan their exit. I did, however, spot a map of the capital on which they'd mark a route from here to the Sinaculum Imperialis. You see where this is leading, yes? The spawning fled with the royal family. The survivors had headed to the Sinaculum Imperialis. Precisely. It's hard to imagine Vipsania parting with the royal family at this point, which means she must have accompanied them on their journey. Judging by the condition of the rooms inside, I would say only a few days have passed at most since their departure. When you are ready, let's head to the Sinaculum Imperialis and continue our search. So members of the royal family are still alive? Mum is the word. Gala senses your search is nearing an end. Ready, I take it? Then let's resume our search. We'll be heading to the Sinaculum Imperialis, that enormous stone building to the northwest. Hopefully that's where we'll find Vipsania. You know, I think this time as I sign up for raids, the Alliance and the normal raids, I'm going to be watching videos before I go in. As the mechanics are just, I can't wing it anymore. Yeah, the mechanics are getting pretty tough. It's not a bad thing though. It just means it just means a person has come a long way from a reborn. By the time you get to Endwalker, they expect you to kind of know a little more. We're way beyond baby stepping, baby crawling. He bears the insignia of the Royal Guard. Only the most proficient and experienced warriors are expected into their ranks. Alas, he's no longer among the living, though evidently he has only been here a short while. What could have happened here? That came from nearby. Come on. I have no idea who you are, but I owe you a great debt. There's a wounded woman over here by the name of Vipsania. Please tend to her as well. Where is she? You know, for somebody that's wounded, she's certainly standing okay. I see you're not one of them, but who are you? Just when I was about to lose all hope, you appear. We managed to put down the last of them. I still can't quite believe you're here at my son's request. You should be proud. Were it not for him, we might never have found you. I'm sure he'll be eager to express his gratitude to this gentleman here. Yes, he and I both served the royal family, at least until the city was plunged into chaos. I was badly injured, and he's been by my side ever since. While I was still recovering, he even penned letters for me and placed them in the ruins of my home for my loved ones to find. Your praise is wasted on me, truly. After all, I and my comrades stopped you from going to meet your family at the First Legion's encampment for our own selfish reasons. Then even the Sinicolum Imperialis, our supposed safe haven, was attacked by rampaging Magitech. I shall never live down the shame of failing to protect the members of the royal household in my care. But thanks to you both, I've been spared an untimely end. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. We're glad to help, and for what it's worth, I'm sure my comrades in the First would rather let bygones be bygones than perpetuate old grudges. The two of you must come with us to Territorium. It goes double for you, Vipsania. Your son will be overjoyed to see you again. And I him. We've been apart for far too long. Then let's waste no more time here, but we'll better not rush given your injuries. Ooh, I got mapping the round. Nice. 923,000 points, too. So exploration is definitely worth it. It's worth almost 1,000,000 points. Did you find her? Uh-huh. Mom! I'm so sorry, my love. I simply have to know, why did you leave Palatinum Novum? We both served the kin of Lord Nerva, so it was decided we would join the 3rd Legion in the Siniculum Imperialis. But as soon as we set foot outside, the streets were overrun by soldiers in the throes of madness and Magitech drones attacking anyone who dared cross their path. It's a miracle that we even managed to escape. We eventually made it to the Synaculum Imperialis and hid inside, though it didn't take long for the Machina to find us. You stepped in just when we had begun to abandon hope. Looks like we arrived in the nick of time. To be separated from my dear boy was more than I could bear, but I knew that even without my injuries, I wouldn't stand a chance out there on my own. But we're together now, aren't we? That's all that matters. Well, where's his dad? And it's all thanks to you. Seeing their smiles has made it all worthwhile. She is right. We'll never forget what you've done for us. You truly are a hero. Okay, he said he's waiting for his mom and dad. Where is the dad? Did he die? What happened? This reminds me of why I joined the Vigilus Urbani all those years ago. It's true what they say, a good deed really is its own reward. Anyway, we best stay here a while to allow Vespania time to recuperate. She's still injured after all. Then we can head to Camp Broken Glass. Who is your daddy? Vipsania is worried for her beloved. I hadn't had a moment's space since we were forced to shelter inside Palatium Novum, but now my son and I might finally find refuge from the madness that swept through our city. For better or worse, we have no possessions to speak of, so we're ready to leave whenever you are. And rest assured, I'm well enough to make the journey. I swear I won't slow you down. But what about Dad? He wanted us all to meet here if anything happened. Your father's a resourceful man. I'm sure wherever he is, he found a way to get by, and if he does make his way here, the others will tell him where we've gone. What was I thinking? I was so glad to have found you that I completely forgot about your husband. It's fine, really. He's the chief of Juturan Oh, he's that guy. Juturan on Platform G, and the last I saw of him, he was on his way to work. Expect he's still there now, and if not, he may have found somewhere safer. Something on your mind, Knight? Someone else was worried about the chief. I know someone who worked there. Really? I must speak with them. What a fortunate coincidence, but first things first, let's get you to Camp Broken Glass before we start making further inquiries. Yay! We might be finally wrapping up. I gotta go grab that quest down on the bottom. All these green check marks. Who is your daddy? I've just learned to leave the main one alone because I did that in Charlotte, and then everybody got arrested, and then I got pulled away from the area, and then I had to go run all the way back through the damn cavern, and I'm like, no! I ain't doing that again. Not without flying. How convenient. Garlemald. Any more in Garlemald? Nope. Okay, cool. Almost there. I'm hoping this will wrap everything up and then I can start back up on the main story. I'm so glad for autopilot because I get to eat my food while I'm waiting. There you are, and even sooner than I anticipated. What did the man say? I see. Such a tragic story, but sadly not an uncommon one. It seems that for some, the question of where home lies has no easy answer. In any case, we've done all that we can at present. Let's return to the camp and report our findings to the contingent, eh? Yay! Teleport. Good to have you among us again, Knight. I've heard of your triumph in taking down those behemoth war machina and have prepared your reward commensurate with your efforts. That piece of artillery proved as effective as Garland Ironworks intimated, but such is to be expected. Their craftsmanship is well renowned, and their latest efforts redound to their credit. Alas, we were told not to expect more of its type, at least any time soon. According to a letter we received, its crafting was only made possible through the work of a rather ambitious employee and a mountain of gil. Production of it on a large scale will prove impossible. Expenses notwithstanding, you were able to wield this foreign ordnance with great aplomb, though it is but a trifle compared to the valor shown. I offer you this as a show of gratitude. He offered me food! Great, I'm trying to use it all up. It is good to see you among us again, though I admit you're a little banged up from the escapade. You seem in better health than I expected. When I first heard of your distress call, I feared we had lost you. And you would have if it weren't for this woman's bravery and keen eyes. She warned me of the coming attack, granting me the wherewithal to avoid any fatal injuries. I hardly did anything. I merely noticed something large moving about in the shadows of some debris. It must have been because of this third eye of mine. So it's true what they say, the Garleans really do have heightened awareness. But where are my manners? You have had quite the trying day. Let us find you some food and a place where you might be able to relax. Before you go, I would like to extend my gratitude to you as well, Knight. Your expediency proved to be the saving grace this day. More food. Oh my god. Y'all quit throwing food at me! Have you any discarded weaponry on your person? Yeah, that's just what we were looking for. Thank you for bringing it to us. It is said that each legion has its own unique weaponry, but to my eye, it is all much of a muchiness. I suppose their similarities are owed to the fact that they were mass-produced in the Enceladium. Perhaps when Garlemald still thought itself a republic and they first started employing Rogdon mercenaries, they sought to diversify their armaments in the same way as their troops. Of course, later advances in technology made it impossible to churn out all sorts of weaponry at an alarming rate. I wonder, if they had never discovered Machina, what would the Empire look like today? Makes one think, doesn't it? There was something I was gonna do. You've flown through the skies above Garlemald and lived to tell the tale. How was the Imperial pilot? I can't imagine how difficult it must be to look down on such wreckage and know that it was once your home. I'm sure your presence was a comfort to him. It will take a great deal of hard work and elbow grease to see this city restored, but I've all the faith in the world that we can see it done. I only hope that our efforts here can bring about an alliance between our realms. These are the people that want something different than war. Good for y'all. There you are, Knight. I've already received word from our friend, the engineer. He was rather fulsome in his praise to you, I must say. You are a credit to the cause. There was a lightness about him, one I hadn't seen when first he spoke to me. It was as if a weight had fallen clean off his shoulders. As a member of the Imperial Army, he is no doubt conflicted about the state of affairs. Perhaps speaking with you helped him gain a bit of perspective on the whole thing. Who knows? At any rate, allow me to thank you for your work today. We couldn't have done it without you. I've gone to the trouble of submitting my report already, so you needn't worry about that, and as promised, that brings an end to my endless requests. Truth be told, my motivations for being here aren't entirely out of a sense of duty. My father was conscripted into the Garlean forces long ago, so when I heard that refugees have been found here, I had to meet them for myself. I volunteered for this duty, but unfortunately none of the refugees stirred my memories of him. Still, I won't give up the search. No matter what misdeeds he was forced to commit, all I want is to see him again, to share a meal under the same roof. Some, like Jarek, seem resigned to accept this place as their home, but there are others, like my father, who have people waiting for them, searching for them. If I can see even one family reunited, then all of this will have been worth it. Although the road ahead is a long one, it's time I stop forcing you to walk it with me. Thanks for all you've done, friend. Please take this. You've earned it 1,000 times over. Hey, Y2A, how's it going? Hope your stream went well.
Do I really sound like that?
I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back. was no fun. I dropped my soda can and it went boom. It exploded everywhere. Okay. Greetings, Knight. You may be interested to know we've been kept rather busy. What with getting the platform up and running again. Why, yes, of course. I'd be happy to share what I know. Is it true you used to work on Juturna Platform G? I did indeed, and you must be Chief Frontena's wife. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm so sorry to hear you've been kept apart from your husband this entire time. Sadly, I've no clue where he is either, but I tell you what I know. I hope his daddy's still alive. I really do. He disappeared with the identification key? That doesn't sound like him at all. Useful information to be sure, but we'll need more than that before we can go looking for him. Volossus, could you tell us anything else about your father? He's ever so kind and he never breaks a promise. Good at making plans too. It was his idea for us to meet at the station. That sounds like the chief. All his ideas are firmly founded on logic. Terratium would act as an ideal underground shelter, and if the trains were still running, they would provide the perfect escape route. My husband is also a dyed-in-the-wool patriot. He made a point of hanging the Imperial flag in front of our house for all the neighborhood to see, and often spoke of his devotion to the Empire. We have a lot in common, the chief and I. I'm certain he only took the key to stop others from misusing the platform. Speaking of the key, could you tell us a bit more about it? It grants access to the entire fuel supply network, a pipeline that connects countless facilities, including the platforms and the Enceladinium. I think we have all the pieces of the puzzle, but how do they fit together? You must have gone to the Enceladinium. Yes, if the Cerulean pipeline is at the root of this, that's a distinct possibility. Let's suppose he went to the Enceladinium after collecting the identification key. What next? That's it. He could use the key to halt the supply of Cerulean to the Magitech drones. Deprived of fuel, most of them would be rendered entirely inoperable. If he succeeded, and that's a big if, there's no telling what kind of danger he could be in now. Quite. Knight, Rimelnald, there's no time to waste. To the Enceladinium. Guess the Royal Guard ain't coming. Sorry, you gotta wait. Let me see, where are we going? Ooh, that's a way. And here I thought we were done. You know, surprisingly enough, I almost hit 87 off these side quests. Gotta check out something while I'm on this ride. Let's see, Dragoon. Oh, Reaper can wear that. Okay. Well, it goes with my gear. Ninja? Okay. Alright, Ramadan and I will search the interior while you look around outside. He may yet be waiting for the right moment, in which case he seeks shelter from the cold. Vipsania and Frontinus has very distinct long white hair. Keep your wits about you. Who knows what Magitech foes lie in wait. Oh, that's kind of far away. You know what? Then I just explored over there. Oh man, was I supposed to go inside? Fontanus does not seem to be here. Well, that sounds like somebody. You saved me, but why? Is everything alright? Frontinus, yes, we've been looking for you. Must be my lucky day, way things were going. If the drones hadn't finished me off, starvation surely would have. So much for my brilliant plan. After I barely escaped with my life, I holed up within the perimeter walls. When my supplies ran out, I decided to take one last crack at it, and look where that got me. Save your strength, we'll get you out of here. Wait, you're not one of us. Correct. My comrades and I have come to Garlemald to lend what help we can. We've made camp in Lartarum, and your family is there waiting for you. They're alive? Thank the heavens. We'll take care of Frontinus. Hurry back to camp and give his loved ones the good news. At least that was kind of a happy ending. You're back, so, did you find my dad? Dad? Rottenness. It's wonderful to have you back, Chief. It's wonderful to be back, believe me. I'd hoped to put a stop to those rampaging drones by cutting off their supply of ceruleum, only I bit off more than I could chew. You did your best, Chief, and that's all anyone could ask. You're a brave man, Frontinus, reckless but brave. I wouldn't be standing here now if you hadn't saved my bacon. Words can't express my gratitude for all you've done for me and my family. There was one other thing. We had to jury-rig the platform to get it working again since you took the key. I know you must be angry, but... Angry? Far from it. You were only trying to help the townsfolk return to normal way of life. At any rate, I lost the identification key when I was set upon by the drones. Well, they won't be around for much longer if the contingent's got anything to do with it. You're going to love this camp, too. It's full of gifted engineers. I'm sure there'll be all kinds of projects for you to busy yourself with once you're feeling better. Despite everything that's befallen Garlemald, our platform is set to play a starring role in the reconstruction efforts. Indeed, but more than that, I'm delighted to be with my family. I missed you too dearly. As did we. Now that we're together again, everything will be alright. I know it will, thanks to our newfound friends. We've been given another chance at happiness. That's a happy ending. I'm glad. Now that we've had a happy ending, everybody's gonna die. That's just the way things go in this game. Main story. About time. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water, but what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, ooh, cutscenes! Yay! Cutscenes! Ooh, that's a nice little circle around that moon. That's actually really good detail there. That's a lot of fires. Of course, he'd be playing his harp.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Oh, damn. Aren't you being a sweetheart for once?
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
Wow, that's a big word for you.
I did a campsite more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Okay, when's it gonna happen? Something bad's gonna happen. There we go. Her flower. Oh, that's bad, but... Uh-oh.
On behalf of the Garlean Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
And nobody's paying attention to being... I knew it! It was gonna happen! Everybody's happy! And yeah.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
No, thank you.
Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the butt.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord.
Not if you kidnap me, you
When
asshole.
I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Oh, they turned him into a damn primal.
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
How boring of a conversation.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion.
Well, if you want the fight you want, then don't take somebody's damn body, you dumb schmuck.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
I am so angry right now. There is no words for this. I'm so angry.
Or together.
You son of a bitch.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Why the effer would you want to help me? Oh, I'm so freaking mad!
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Oh man, I am so mad right now. Gladiator? Gorby, I'm mad. I'm so mad. Body snatcher from hell. You won't even give me all the paladin stuff, you mother effer!
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Okay. Oh no, I gotta reach broken glass and like, oh shit. Is that 20 minutes? 21 minutes, okay. How do I use this? I don't like this quest. I absolutely hate it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. It's saying I need to find a key. And they're not gonna give me very easy mode? I was about to say, yeah. Buy the broke machine. Okay, thank you. This still makes me sick to my stomach. I'm trying so hard not to cry right now because I don't like fighting like this. I don't want to fight in somebody else's body. It's not right. What'd they do to the poor bastard I'm inhabiting?
Twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
So you said next to the house, so the one to my right then? Okay, so I need fuel now. There's a person hiding in an abandoned house. Okay, so... You've inserted the... but I need the fuel. Even if it was harder. Oh god. Do I stay in this or go? And even now, even though my friends and everybody are in danger, I'm still helping people. That's just like her. Oh, come on! I get so frustrated. This is giving me severe anxiety. Do I have to do this again? Oh, come on! No, stop it! Oh my god, I hit the chat button! God fucking damn it! Okay. Damn it. Do I have to help those people? Gorby! It. My daughter is like, good luck! No, it won't move. Once you kill everything, like right there, you still have to get out and go. Oh, I have to pay respects, okay. I don't even have a run button. I think I can only carry 10 at a time anyway. I don't know. You know what? Give me a full, like, month's worth of Palace of the Dead over this garbage. That's all I gotta say. Where am I supposed to go? I'm not good with maps like this. It's like, I don't like these lines. I don't like them, don't like them, don't like them. I'm totally lost. I think that's the one that's the one I want. Okay. Kind of remind me of the people in Ulmore. think that's it. Okay. Yeah, it won't move. I wish I could stay in that damn armor. It'd make this easy. And Kryl ain't there, so nobody's gonna know it's not me. Y'shtola might, but that's only if she could read a difference in my ether. And, you know, by the time they figure it all out, they'll all be dead. Oh, this time I'm not pushing no chat buttons, You know what? No matter how fast I push that, it does not want to go all the way to the other end. Seriously? I gotta crawl? For 24 minutes, I gotta crawl? For 24 minutes, I gotta crawl. Seriously, are you guys? I don't know. Oh my god. And it doesn't turn. Oh, thank God. I was like, 23 minutes of crawling?
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
No, no, no.
Well, time to call off the search.
No, 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 no. Stop! No, no!
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
No, please!
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Thank you, Graha! Enough, Xenos. I'm gonna, like, just call you out right now. Holy crap!
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. all your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Please tell me I got my body back. Oh, thank God. Is everyone all right? Of course, that would be my answer. I'm going with that one.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Graha, I love you, man. He's like, who are you? He knew.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Why does that sound like the Tower of Babylon, except you left out the lawn? Nah, right now I'm totally Graha at the moment, because Graha was the one that recognized me. Sorry, Graha wins this one. I will require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself, for the contingent, of course. Hi, Star! Can wait until later, however, for now it's enough that you've returned. The body that you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Fandaniel. Thank you, Graha. Thank heavens you're you again. Gave me quite a fright. Are you certain that you've recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. You know what? Thancred does understand, but still, yeah, no. I disappear and come back, and y'all don't think nothing strange about it? Yeah, Stola figured it out, but nobody listened. My apologies. I realized too late that the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. Just like a temporary effect, but I remain wary. Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. Okay. Gotta reply to my daughter. Let's see. Estinian. Whatever that was, let's not do it again. It's not like any of y'all were there to stop me from getting kidnapped. Damn. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Well, at least Xenos didn't play with my body while he had it. My daughter's like, how many tries did it take you? 3. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. My daughter's like, how many times? Yeah, it made me really sick to my stomach. Let's see. The rage I felt was like, yeah, Xenos, you might actually get an ass whooping. Gateway of the Gods, now that you've recovered, Lucy would have a word with you. Are you well enough to make your report? I did it very easy 3 times, but I didn't understand. It's like I get to a certain point and I didn't understand what it was asking. And then when I got to the maneuver point, chat came up and so I lost that one. So, yeah. Because I accidentally activated the chat window and I was pushing like the buttons and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm chatting and I don't need to be chatting. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? Seems not. More to the point, we can summarize that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond all shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Teleforar's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Okay. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Oh, by the way, Quinn, if you're going to join, I'm over on Halley Carnassus right now on Dynamis. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into 2 parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridani, and Lamensa delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Teleforai believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamigan... Oh, okay. Uldan and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. I gotta go back all that way. Okay, cool. The facility marked in red is in the Enceladum, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Teleforar's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. I bet y'all got amusement out of me cussing back here. I'm like, oh my god, I am so mad. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. That is like the worst combination of a gladiator I ever seen in my life. Like level 1 abilities. Like, no, don't give me level 1 abilities. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. Imagine climbing pallets of the dead with those 3 abilities only. Pfft. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. And I like Julius too. He's pretty cool. Science will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Van Daniel and Xenos. We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. Julius and so many others have lost much to the Teleforar. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Van Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower Babylon a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zonde used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. Maybe to that primal? What's his name? The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patnance. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Hey, Quinn, my daughter's gonna come with us too. Oh, she said we could do the she wants to do the trial with us, but she's in a dungeon, so she said we can do the dungeon without her. Whatever you want. I'm doing DPS because I'm leveling my Viper right now. It's whatever you want. She just wants to join us for the trial. Alrighty. I am to accompany you into the tower. It is an honor as ever. She's coming into the tower? Really? Damn these frigid lands. Magni. The sun does not sneak, however, he will travel this path of yours, and those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. Okay. Knight, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Wish you made sure to bring a coat instead, then we best get in there before we freeze, especially you. What the hell? I just realized what the hell she's wearing. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in. Believe you me, a good fight should warm us right up. Huh, barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dorthal. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We'll see who's the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Okay, nobody is wearing Tachiru stuff. And me, oh my goodness, I forgot about it. I forgot I switched classes. Hello everyone, all set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we Zale will tend to them. You Scions must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladium. See you there. Okay. Are you on my friends list? Or my, my crosslink show? Nah, oh wait. I don't know that one. Well, if you want to be added to my crosslink, I can add you. Or my friends list, whichever you prefer. Okay, give me a second. When I see you, I'll invite you to both. Crosslinks makes it easier for anybody that's in the group if they see each other. You know, you can tag each other. I'm not very comfortable with free companies, but I like my Crosslink shell. It's awesome. Only downside is you still have to be on the safe server to talk to people on it. It kind of sucks. Let's see. Let me see. You said... Can I add somebody? I might be able to add you to my friends list, though. Okay, invite to send friend request. I sent you a request for both, and then I'll invite you to party. I call us the wandering travelers because we wander. Hey, Elliot, it's good to see you, Nate. We heard that you collapsed, but we were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Oh, thank you. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lentes Tier will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. I think as soon as I get the Viper to 90, though, I think I'm going to level the Summoner up, because that'll get my healer leveled up at the same time. Just because I'm trying to get one in each category to 90, and then I'll work on the others. This is everyone. That means I got to work on a tank. Ugh. Oh god, I hate working on tanks in groups. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, to Teleforwar's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Teleforwar's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by primal, Asine, or anything else. Hear, hear, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. You know, I don't think Ilbert would have gone with this plan. He hated freaking Garlemald more than anybody. But you know how you end a war? Peace. Man, I didn't hesitate to knock my little bunny ass onto the ground. Okay. You know what? I know how to level the tanks. I can start leveling up my NPCs, because that'll give me something to do. Yeah, Bojan leveling my NPCs, that'll be a good thing. Not my trust system. Those two things will keep me occupied. Plus, I can still do front lines. And then just change it. So. I don't mind tanking main scenario, and I don't mind tanking main scenario. Front lines, I can just change it, and then... Yeah. And there's no telling what I would get for a low-level dungeon, so nope, main scenario and front lines work for me.
Now or never.
You know, I thought I was mad about the Magitech collars being put on the twins, but having my body snatched for me, oh yeah, nope, nope. I haven't played my Viper in a while. You know, they had a train in a trial, boss. Oh, where'd everybody go? Not sure what I'm supposed to do with those. I don't know why I'm so opposed to tanking for groups. I don't know why. It's just, it can't do it. And I like my tanks. I just find like tanking for groups is not a pleasant experience. Oh, I leveled up. Cool. Did somebody do a... $87. It's almost like a trial, kind of. But the NPCs are doing their thing and we're doing ours. Different getaway, okay. You know, those two fight together, but they're always snarling at each other. At least we got people that know how to fight, so... Magni's like, our paths diverge. Let's see who gets there first. You know, that fight wasn't too bad. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I just realized we were fighting a boss. That is one nasty debuff. This is like one of the easier dungeons I've done in a while. It just seems like it. Like, it doesn't seem that complicated. Nice. I'll go ahead and greet this stuff. My other characters might need it. I don't know. dungeon seems kind of fast, too. Alright. That's boss. That thing looks disgusting. Is that Emperor Varus? Varus or whatever? Icon of icons, anima? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that line? Full chain to wind, okay. Okay. That didn't look good. Red arrow, press enter too fast. Oh, well, there when I went. And this is why I keep my sprout icon up. Then the other. Altered reality plunges into chaos. So there's like multiple phases to this fight. What am I supposed to do with these? Corner without a tower is a safe spot. Okay. Thank you. Nice. Monteviera here. Or like Alright, cutscene. And then as soon as I unlock the trial, if you want to stick around and you're still up, I'll be doing the trial too tonight before I go to bed.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Oh, it was Varus.
Come. The other two await.
So they killed the Emperor and turned him into a primal? The very thing he despised? Oh my god.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Wow, psycho!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
He did say mightiest of all primals. We're screwed.
Some manner of magical defense?
Heidelin.
Kryl? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine!
Yes, it held! Sorry, Fandaniel. Sorry to disappoint, my dear. Alright, thanks, Quinn, for the help.
And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
Garlemon's fate is in your hands.
You're going alone?
Yep.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
We're moving out to rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. She channeled a dangerous amount of ether, and that's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Cryon and Hydrogen both were clearly willing to take the risk. Fear not for Krog. Go forth and return, I pray thee. Stand there for just a moment, please. You're sweet, Alize. Prayer for good luck. You can't possibly fail. As I suspected. We've no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go. If all of the tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. And now I can fly in Garlemald! A trip to the moon. Grahati is pondering the technological marvel you have just beheld. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of Allegon design, which leads me to think I was right about Van Daniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Eidolon said, the flow of ether will transfer to you to Mare Lamatorum. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Van Daniel arrive to stop you. Seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go beyond the sky. Got a lot of experience out of it.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Well, now I'm on the moon. That's cool. I return, I must return. Why? Home, I need. You mustn't touch. In Cerulean halls, find me. This place is huge. Well, I guess it is the moon, so... yeah. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. So go up. Okay. Wow, that's the moon? Apologies, I have been preoccupied for quite some time and out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiac, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his jail, grate and ground. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiac forevermore. Five were destroyed by his would-be liberator. One of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining four, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiac, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. If keeping Zodiac in prison is the right thing to do, I will aid you. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none. I am the watcher and the jailer. I am not the judge. Know this, Heidelin commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiac remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Oh, ouch. So, ooh. They can't move on. Go, meet with these wandering spirits, do what you think is right. Well, that's heavy. Sea of Sorrow. The Watcher would have you deal with the specters haunting the moon. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feathered touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Wear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Where? When? How long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow with our will, our creations. We were the star's beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished as did we. Do you remember? No. No, I don't. As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of time long lost remain around the drowning brand. Oh, cute. An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Well, okay then. Follow the lustrous dog and try not to fall behind. Well, it's kind of hard to do that with Jog now. The dog silently regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. Perhaps the dog will let you pet it once you have dealt with the lingering spirit. Okay. We and the star were fulfilled, wanted for naught, mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? The final days taught us the fear of death forced upon us. The injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled, the grief of unexpected partings. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades, all is silent and still around the numbing brand. Hey. The Luster's dog is once again staring at you expectantly, and who are you to deny it? Follow and try not to fall behind. The dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. Our profession came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiark. Fill earth and heaven with life, birth paradise where fear is distant memory. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? That unmistakable color, the soul of Azam. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. Oh, so Emmett Self meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? We meet again, Hythalodaeus. Again, I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. Emmett Cell created a shade of my likeness, and not only me, but all of Amarat. How very like him. A slave to sentiment even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shades you met before, no mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and the plans and plots for a resurrection, Eidolon's intervention, and Zodiac's and the Star's final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiark or the future of the star, nevertheless. In you, I place my trust and faith. In you, I choose to believe as Emmett Self dead. Believe in yourself and all will be well. More new arrivals, though, and Van Daniel, that color I know. And another I do not know, an unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty by way of apology. I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Dog, yeah. Protect the final brand. That was the same thing the other shade said. Fare you well, my new old friend. The martyr. Something has raised the lustrous dog's hackles. The dog growls agitated. We must protect the brand. Come on, boy. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on. Okay. I get to rock the doggy. Well, sweet. Ah, so much for protecting that.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Seriously?
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Even Cino had a shocked look on his face. Damn. Well, Well, that was unexpected. That is freaky as hell.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Yep, Emmett Silk.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Nice.
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured ability against
I think I'm almost at a year, yeah. In like 10 days, I'll be close to it. I'm at 270 days, according to the site, and then I gotta renew in 10 days, so... I'm at 300 days, so yeah. This isn't the end! But close.
The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
We're only at like MSQ level 84. We got other stuff to do, right? The quest line does. I got it up on my Google. We still got the rest of the we still got the rest of Bane, and we still got the rest of Post. I know there's more. I don't know how I know that, but I'm only at the level 83 quest line, so I know there's more. I know there's more. I just don't know why. Yep, exactly. Level 83, that means I've got 7 more levels of MSQ to go. So, I know like he's supposed to be a bad guy, but I don't think it's quite that simple. I'll let the ads play real quick. Let me do the ad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Okay, let me see if my daughter's still available. She wants to do this with me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been dying to find out who I am. And I'm pretty certain at this point I've figured out that I'm a Sunderdassian. My real name is Azim. Azim, or however you say it. I'm pretty sure you probably didn't think I'd be pushing this hard. But there's stuff I'm working towards, and I have to get through Dawn Trail. I guess I'm more of a logical sort, so I'm not surprised. Probably better hop into chat. I just saw Gorby's cat looking at the salad, or the salad in front of it, glaring. You know, that's funny. Is there NPCs to this? Was that Elidibus? So he said Hades, and Hades is, and it sucks. I'm guessing that one is Elidibus. Maybe. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, okay. My daughter said it was her. Ew, we gotta wait a while. I figured she'd go do Party Finder. She knows I don't like doing that. You know, I didn't do bad on leveling today, because now I'm pushing only 90s except for the 100 I got. So I got my Dragoon to level 90 today, because the Alliance raid pushed her like 3 levels because of how much experience is given out. And now I'm almost 89 on the Viper, but she was already 85, so... But oh, I still gotta work on my house and my apartment. Wow, her apartment is nice. Okay.
You figuring out how to do the apartment thing?
Well, I'm at the apartment entrance, but I don't know what to do from there.
Right click on it and do like specified apartment.
Oh, okay. I still haven't figured out how to set up mine.
I just figured it out.
You got a plushie of Emmett.
Oh, he's a minion.
I have an apartment and a house too. They're just empty.
I just figured it out today. It's like under social, and then there's like a housing thing, and it gives you all the options and stuff to move things around.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch a YouTube video on it. I got my first 100 today.
And I have a little book now.
Your apartment is tiny.
Yeah.
Damn, this place is tiny. I should show you my house. You got access to it too, by the way.
I went into it earlier.
Oh yeah, can you make changes if I gave you like the ability to do so? I don't know if it'll let you do it. We're both going in as Vipers. I won't be a Viper tomorrow. I'll be leveling Summoner tomorrow just to get the Scholar leveled up too. Oh, I did that, VY. I assigned her, so can she make changes? I think I'm gonna go with the Palace of the Dead theme. I just gotta get more stuff for it. That is an achievement. 300 and damn days. I did tell him this is my first time and it's taken me 300 something days to get here. Well, in 9 days it'll be 3.
To be your first trial.
This is, yeah, I kind of did the math. According to VY, he said that a lot of people were shocked that this wasn't the last trial but the first. But if you look at the level on it, it says 83. So I did the math and the logic behind how everything has led up to this. That means this is not the final finale. There's more to it.
All creation shall bend to my will.
I like the music though. You want someone to safety Dorito?
That's fine.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings. Malice, become flesh! Will you live
So did Van Daniel merge with this Zodiark?
Mine! All mine!
You know, seeing Xenos even do a shocked expression, like when Van Daniel dropped into that pit, his expression changed. He's like, what the fuck?
I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned. All in existence.
Oh no, not this thing! Is it an active maneuver?
My life's work. My masterpiece.
I knew those can't be good. I lived. Holy shit. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end? Oh man, this is giving me vertigo so bad.
Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint.
This is a cool fight. I do like it. And the team knows what they're doing, so I can follow their lead. Oh, damn! Yeah, that rotation, wow. Because your instinct is to move. Healers are really good. They're doing a really phenomenal job here. Yeah, this is a really strong tanks and healers, so I can follow it. It's really smooth, to be honest. Don't die, Midnight! Nice.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Oh boy. Waited a long time for this. Well done. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety. I'm watching the cutscene right now. That was a really good group.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no much. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
What? What is he doing?
All I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder
Well, that was a plot twist.
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone.
Is that his true form?
Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Can't believe this one arc took 5 expansions, or 4 expansions. The main, A Realm Reborn, and 4 expansions, right? So 5 total? Stormblood, Shadowbringers. Yeah, wow. A Realm Reborn and 4 expansions, 1 arc. The fact that they pulled it off like this is amazing. Oh, shit. I think we just released another monster. Deep breath, slow and steady. You saw it too, the blue star below, thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion, all was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short. Well, hello, Xeno. I'm guessing that's Xeno? Yeah, that's what I thought.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
I will not fight for your amusement.
We shall see.
You know, I think I like Xenos back in Stormblood. I know this sounds weird, but maybe he'll get better, but right now he's boring as fudge. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac and the end of all things. Oh, that's a title. Okay. In Shadow's wake, the Watcher would discuss grave matters with you. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share. You see, I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know that these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. You know, in a handful of days, I've actually made it quite far. Yes, they are indeed the three I sensed. Dare I ask what happened before we arrived? Probably may not need to do that. About that. May we presume this being is a native of the moon? Yeah, let's not ask questions, please. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the temper before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kryle hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Heidelin's power has taken its toll. She will recover in due course. As for Alphinaud and Alize, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. Yeah, you're late as always. But what manner of conclusion, if I might add? And is this ally whom Heidelin bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amarat. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Heidelin together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac, or rather, it was my duty. Oh, wow, she's very enthusiastic about this story. She's like, yeah, this is what happened, and yeah, this. Then Zodiac is no more? And not without consequence. I'm afraid for now the delicate weave of the star preserved by his presence will begin to unravel. Do you mean to avert the final days you shall have need of? Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all but exhausted my strength. If you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? I shall leave that to you, Knight, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. Is he gonna really sleep in a chair? Pray review the records on the upper floor and I will see if there is aught to be learned down here. You know, I think that's the first trial I've done and not died. Like, for my first attempt. But that was a really strong lead. Zodiac defeated. While he may have been in an incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable. Fandania would have seen to it one way or another. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power to wreak untold destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of two unfavorable outcomes. Yeah, but why did he want Zodiac dead? Dost thou suppose our host hath maintained his solitary vigil since the very beginning without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Orianja, you're such a nice person. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary, no abnormal, yeah. This appears to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Ooh, ouch. Poor dude. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of the past calamities flows through your mind. The records describe how with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Heidelin greatly. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past rejoinings flows through your mind. The records describe the Watcher's efforts to repair in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the low ports, though it is not clear who or what they are. As you gaze into the crystal, the record of an unexpected visitor flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize they would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so as long as he remains imprisoned. So it's a conundrum. Did you learn anything of import? So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th umbral calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary.
Apparently, there's only one dungeon in the next set of quests.
There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Etheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, effecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not, however. The convocation struck upon a method to predict where next the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in the regions where the flow was the weakest. Correlation without clear cause. Ultimately, nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely with the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiark's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure was set in motion, those apocalyptic forces once more. Eidolon recognized this as well, and so rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiark herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. Eidolon and Zodiark are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiark was without question the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Aether's population. Thus was it necessary for Eidolon to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Etheris and her history. Like Zodiark, Eidolon's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Eidolon is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source and its reflections will share in its fate. So everybody dies. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Idolin knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiac and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. Oh, wow. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the Dark. So she was preparing for the final days to save as many as she could. Alright, I'm gonna raid out here and do more tomorrow. At some point. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or what. I know I gotta work tomorrow, so. But on my next day off for sure. Continue forward, continue forward. I'm so eager to see the rest of this storyline. Yay! So anyway, where are we going? Who are we raiding to tonight? I was sleepy. And I got work tomorrow. Let's see who we got. All right. Alright, I'll see everybody next time. Hopefully tomorrow, but just in case, I'll see everybody on my next day off. So, which won't be many days. But today was great. So the Ark dead. Final days coming up. What's going to happen next? I don't know.